And lofty.
I hunted, Rob. I hunted for Tobey Maguire's dick.
God damn, Gary. Some serious gourmet shit. What flavor is this? That's right, it's the all-hell medium roast private blend. Check out the Geek Grind Coffee Nerdrotic page for our other options like the Decadent, Feathers of Liberty, vanilla-infused flavored coffee. Or if you're looking for something darker, try the Dark Roast FNT blend of the Fellowship. You know what? Just buy all three. GeekGrindCoffee.com. Use discount code Nerdrotic. Huzzah!
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
That's an awesome opening.
Fade in.
Fade in. Oh my God. Has it been a great 24 hours? I'm just positively giddy with Schadenfreude. Oh my. It's been so good. I wouldn't miss this for the world. We have two great guests and Disney is absolutely falling apart. It's like, I don't know.
Christmas.
It's like Christmas and my birthday all wrapped into it's like we must have pleased the internet gods somewhere, but let's get right to it. Little under the weather, but again, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Let's get right to it. How are you, my brother?
I'm doing great. So many amazing things have happened.
It's
been literally within the last 24 hours, from Doctor Who to Marvel to DC. I feel like we're living in good times right now.
I do. Like, we'll take a victory lap. I'm not beyond that.
I'm just pointing and laughing at everything.
Yep. That's where we're at. We tried to warn them. They didn't want to listen.
All for a few years.
White Supreme sandwiches, whatever they wanted to call us. And now they're unemployed. So, hi, Long Man. How are you?
Hello, good to be here. And how exciting. It's been kind of thematic. The past few streams I've been on, the conversation started to turn to, hey, is Disney okay over there? It looks like blood all over the floor. That mouse is crawling across the floor. Like, oh, geez, is he all right? So, excited to talk more about that today as well.
That's right. And then we have... X-ray Agu.
Hello, Ageri. I am so happy to be here with all you white people. I'm excited for the show. Let's get going.
Let's go. Thanks for making a cameo on my last video. You're
welcome.
I really do.
Always.
So This is a very special episode of the real BBC, which is bagging, boarding, and chatting. Although I ran out of bags and boards, so I can't do any.
Oh, I'm doing something.
We got plenty of chat.
Dynamic duo of comic book legends with us today. One of them being a prophet because he was just on the show a couple of weeks ago, and he said when the door closes on Marvel and all this crap, it will close quickly. And wow, he was right. Chuck Dixon, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you, people of Earth.
People of Earth. Well, don't assume their planet or whatever. Words are not going to come to me well today. They're just not. Sorry, folks. Thanks for being here again, Chuck. It is an honor. And now together, we have these two guys. Maybe they haven't met. I don't know. They might be strangers to each other. We have another handsome devil down here, Graham Nolan. What's up?
Hello, everybody.
How's it going?
It's going.
Welcome back, sir.
It's going better than Disney.
Hey. Heyo.
Wow. Bet you guys are feeling pretty good about breaking away from the corporate structure. Going out on your own.
I feel that way every day.
Pretty good. Well, we had some of the most positive feedback we've ever had for a show when we have both you guys on individually. So Az made it happen. Thanks, buddy. And we brought you both on, and we're just going to get into it. And they also, both these gentlemen have books coming out. I also saw on Facebook the Conan link, Chuck. So I'll dig that up too. I'll dig because I want that.
Okay. Cool.
Might be playing a little bit of Conan at the moment.
A little?
Oh, just a little.
A little.
A little.
I'm
Every
jumping
time
in.
he's awake, he's on the game.
Jumping in this weekend. Conan Exiles looks good. And Jane's character is. I want to go hunting with Jane.
She is. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Even I'm like, I'd go for that.
Rocking some booty on that. See, the game, guys, Chuck and Graham, kind of looks like Conan. Women look like women. They got nice big booties and big boobs and loincloths and hunting things, and it's just violence and women, and that's what
Conan is.
Violence and women.
Not on women. Violence
Isn't that what we want in life?
Violence and women. Yeah, there you go. That's what
that's the genre.
About
me in bed with Jane from left to right, Jane Theory, Kara, Nina,
and myself.
Wow, what a bunch of horse.
And there's an entertainer.
I was laminating
dancing.
the women, and that's what I was doing.
There you go. That is best in life, you know.
That is best in life.
To put plastic on them?
Yeah, crush your enemies.
Oh, yeah.
See them do them before you.
Don't knock until you try.
The laminations of the women.
So I guess we got to start with the big news. I went to Deadline, I went to Variety and Hollywood Reporter this morning. And
you hunted.
I hunted, Rob.
I hunted
for Victoria Alonso's vagina. No. No.
Keep searching.
Keep searching. But the article's gone. Like the headline is gone from the front page of all three of those sites. Disappeared.
Oopsies.
Really?
You have to dig for it, but it's like that should still be on the front page. The number 2 at Marvel like leaves involuntarily, and like that's not
You're in the
on
middle of the day crying.
Anymore. Yeah, like that's weird. I thought it was weird.
It's weird.
It's weird, but it's okay. I can just Google it and find it. There's not much new. We don't have any new information other than I could probably add. But let me find.
So is all the number 2 gone at Marvel, or
she is gone?
Plenty of number 2 left.
There's plenty.
Plenty of number 2 left.
Plenty.
They're swimming in number 2.
Although they delayed quite a lot of number 2. Will it reappear again? Who knows? It might get flushed.
You know what? Plenty of number 1 too. It's just they got the whole lot.
There we go.
It's all sort of coming together now, isn't it? When you put the Lego pieces or the jigsaw pieces together, we've had the pushback of the 3 television shows, plus now Loki as well. So technically 4 TV shows, all pushback, the Ironheart, the Agatha Harkness, the Echo. Will they even return? That's a big question.
Well, it's no coincidence that they fast-tracked Loki when it was the most successful of all the TV shows, right? They need money.
Loki was the only show to get a second season.
Yeah.
But
none of them, despite their claims, have really been what we would call hits.
No. The best you get is some people on Twitter being like, "Yeah, that Loki show, that was good." You're like, "What happened in it?" And they're like, "Oh shit." Like it was, Tom Hiddleston.
MauLer, he said female Loki was amazing twice, and he said he was bisexual. So things happened in the show. Okay,
we're gonna get more female Loki next season.
I love it when characters just stop to explain what their sexuality is out of nowhere. I do that all the time. I just go shopping, and then just like, could I have some carrots, some peas? And I don't need to be aware of this, but I'm heterosexual.
I love crushing pussy. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine you just like, I am so straight.
It's just a normal conversation thing to put in all the time.
Well, when that's all you're about, that's all you have to talk about.
That's right.
Exactly.
It's like atheists and CrossFitters. You'll know that they're one of them within 5 minutes of talking.
Vegans,
Harvard graduates,
or Graham or San Franciscans. It's the same thing.
Or which?
Or San Franciscans. Like a San Franciscan will mix. They will mix in politics to a conversation within 10 minutes. They're a true San Franciscan.
And vegans. That's the other one. Vegans.
I knew some Franciscans. Lovely monks.
You need to start doing it though, as for real, when you're buying like groceries and just go, I'm straight, by the way.
Yeah. My pronouns are they. My pronouns are they, them. You know.
If you got to tell them, you're giving off the wrong vibes.
yeah.
Well, yeah. Everyone will be like, you seem to be overcompensating a little bit.
I'll have a zucchini, a cucumber, and I promise you, I'm straight.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
So,
weird, but okay.
Our friend Razor Fist talked about the Iron Age in a great video, and I think this is great for the Iron Age. This is fantastic. This is going to make more competition. This is gonna, because people still want entertainment, so they're gonna seek it elsewhere. Marvel Studios veteran producer Victoria Alonso exits. Involuntary. I know. So sad. I'm so sad.
I'm really gutted.
A surprise. I know. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of YouTubers going, I called this a long time ago when I vaguely said somebody might get fired for Marvel. This was an utter surprise because it really looked like she was the heir apparent.
Yes.
But what she ended up being was the fall guy for Kevin Feige. That's exactly what she is. And I was telling the guys earlier, beware of the corporate title promotion without pay. Like you get a promotion without that extra pay, but you get a title. When she was made president in 2019, when everything was good, everything was rolling, the money was flying in from the investors. We're all in on streaming. Streaming's going to be the answer. It's going to save Hollywood, and it didn't.
Do you ever assume there's this kind of meeting, like she sits down with Kevin Feige and he's just smiling and he's like, do you ever think about retiring? Did you ever think maybe it's time to settle down? And she's like,
don't you wish you could spend more time with your family?
Yep.
This is my family. Oh, that's going to be awkward then.
And then she goes out in the lake on a little fishing boat, and we never saw her again.
I was thinking more the Blue Oyster Bar, but okay.
Well, yeah, this is the woman who famously said, I could pull up the clip. Screw it.
Sounds getting real low.
Sun's getting real low.
This is where she shuts it. Is it the clip where she shits all over a boss?
No, well, you know what? If somebody could find that, but I have the X-Men one. Like this should have done her in immediately.
Is this the family quote about?
No,
we're Disney. We have to.
We'll get to that one.
Disney, we have a problem.
Because in that quote, she called out her boss.
Yes.
She called out her effing boss on that quote. And that is like, I'll relate it to this. I told the guys earlier, it doesn't matter how well you get along with your boss. If you call them out publicly, it doesn't matter if your kids play soccer together, you both have the same favorite baseball teams and football teams and politics that completely align. The new boss coming in will say, you called out the lost CEO. Bye. You're out.
See ya.
Tell me if you can.
Well, you called out him. What's going to prevent you from calling out me?
No, it just shows like I listen, I did it once. I called out my boss at Tesla, but that's when I knew I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm leaving.
This is what happens when you empower this group of ideologues, and there's no repercussions for their actions and what they've been doing. Then that's where they get bold.
But this woman is yeah, she is a cringe machine. And Perry and I were kind of lamenting on Discord. We're like, oh, we're gonna kind of miss her. She was so good for our video. Dude. She had some of the worst fucking takes ever.
And imagine doing this closely after Empower came out. Oh,
oh my God.
Don't worry, Gary. They're going to replace her with somebody equally as cringy. So you can be sure of that.
They got people hanging on hooks ready to put in her place.
Yeah.
Your shows will still benefit. I guarantee that.
I'm going to miss her.
I don't know where the future is going. It's funny that people call it the X-Men. There's a lot of female superheroes in that X-Men group. So I think it's outdated.
It's funny how people call it the X-Men. No, not people. Stan Lee.
Stan Lee, yeah.
The guy who created it called it the X-Men. How about that?
She's probably never heard of Stan Lee.
Why do you think they're so clever when there's a woman or a couple of women in this, so why is it called the X-Men?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, look at you go.
You know what I just noticed? It's called X-Men.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Avengers don't always avenge stuff.
Hey, I've just noticed that women has men in it. So what's that about? Come on.
I just noticed that the Justice League of America has some foreigners in it. Even a guy from another planet.
Yeah. 2 of them.
That's right.
Are they really so fantastic?
Well, that's when we get Justice League International being created.
Remember when they were the mediocre 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before they got their powers.
The kind of okay 4,
Yeah. The underperforming 4, performance issues 4. Oh, maybe that's another tale.
Yeah.
Well, hey, no need to go below the belt, Gary.
Oh, sorry.
Why is she the invisible girl? I can see her.
Yeah. These are terrible names. I will replace them with my own names.
Yeah.
Such as X people. Yes. That's what everyone was looking for.
The them men.
Was it in Dark Phoenix where she said we should be called X women?
Yeah. Jennifer Lawrence said that.
Yeah, she did. Well, there's the one time we can say Jennifer Lawrence said it, we'd be right.
The first ever superhero, Jennifer Lawrence said that.
She did it.
She created Stan Lee, by the way.
They talked about breaking down the wall and smashing the ceiling and stuff, and then
this is what I'm bagging today.
Oh hell yeah!
No.
I might be able to grab some magazines. I ran out of comic bags. There it is. Let's go back to this because you know what? This just makes me happy. I could stare at this all day. All day.
If it makes you happy, then why is Victoria so sad?
Also, is it worth sort of laying out a little bit, Gary, that like when people at this level get dismissed in a good way, it doesn't usually go this way. Like there's a lot indicating here that this is a messy breakup because it's been done fast and it's been done with low details.
Yes, and I did notice because I unfortunately watch all these things for my videos. The red carpet event for Ant-Man, she wasn't there. And I didn't think about it at the time. So they said she left Friday, but I'm thinking it was long before Friday. I'm thinking it might have been right after She-Hulk. She-Hulk.
Yeah.
That's
what a show.
Well, somebody's head had to roll for that one.
When's season 2 of She-Hulk?
Oh, God.
Never. I mean, I hope we get one. That would be great. Like the Marvels.
It'd be great for my bank account.
Yeah.
Oh, the Marvels. See that bleeding mouse on the floor. It's like, yeah, I got the Marvels. Like this might save me. It's like, yeah, maybe.
No, there's I've said it before, but there's conversations like, can we really just put this on Disney Plus? Is there a way we can do it and save face?
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
And no, there isn't.
Also, Gary, do you have any like sort of normie type people in your life, maybe close to family, wherever you can sort of give a check? Because I did for Mother's Day, we had a bit of a reunion with different people and stuff, and having some fun times. And I did ask a couple of them. I was like, "Do you know what the Marvels is?" And the people were just like, "No." And I was just like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I was like, there's no point in talking about it. I was like, you know who Captain Marvel is? And they were like, was there a movie with her? And I was like, oh. Barely even know who Captain Marvel is.
No, thankfully she's flanked by Monica Rambeau and Ms. Marvel for the lowest watched Marvel TV show.
Coordinate your Mother's Day with ours, because that gave me a freaking heart attack when I saw Mother's Day. I'm like, oh shit, and I'm like, oh, yours is a different day. Damn it. Get for one, daylight savings time we need to coordinate and then end it, and then we need to coordinate Mother's Day so I don't have a heart attack.
I'm gonna put up the greatest cover to a Transformer comic of all time.
Okay. Do you want me to zoom in on it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I remember that one.
That's good.
Oh hell yeah, that is iconic.
Oh yeah.
Days.
Shockwave just looking like a boss.
They gave me that cover for reference.
Did they?
Yeah, because I had that. I had to draw that character in the one Transformer comic I did.
Yeah. Yeah. Come flying in his gun form.
Right. Yeah, but right on the first page, I think we see him because I remember that face, that head of his.
Well, in a few bagged issues, Graham, we're going to see it.
Ah, there we go.
There you go.
So I got 2 copies of it.
What was number 16?
16.
16. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Coming up soon.
So the mystery, I mean, she obviously got fired. She was obviously a fall guy for Kevin Feige.
A fall them.
A fall they thems, they them, whatever the crap you want to call it. We're still early in the stream. We can cut later. But she's gone. She's gone, and this is like, I mean, outside of Kevin Feige leaving or Kathleen Kennedy leaving, this is the biggest news in our sphere in a long time. And a big fucking W, a huge W.
James Gunn hires Victoria Alonso.
I know. I was thinking that yesterday. That would be hilarious.
That would be the final nail in that coffin. Not that it needs any more nails.
That coffin is nailed shut as long as Tom King is there. Okay, that's just saying.
Like, Shockwave in the comics is like a gazillion times better than Shockwave in the cartoon.
Yeah.
I just wonder if she's got a non-compete clause. I would think that she has a go out and compete clause.
Yeah.
Go to our competitor, please.
It'd be like a bit like American football. They'd be like trading shit people between them.
Right.
DC have traded James Gunn and Victoria Alonso from Marvel.
That's all they do. They just change parking lots. You know?
Right? Oh yeah. Look at where Heather Antos keeps popping up.
Right.
She
I was going to say something then.
And every time the company fails, she has to go find another job.
Now this shocks me. By the way, that Arpel O'Neill cover will always be my favorite.
I almost want one of those Arpel O'Neill.
I know, an Arpel O'Neill. When you are such a bad editor that you spell the name of your character incorrectly on the front cover.
Yeah,
no one sees it.
Yeah, she put it was Arpel O'Neill, not April O'Neill. They put Arpel
instead of April.
Editor's going to edit.
Didn't we just have the anniversary? Or I saw your boy Zach talking about it. Like somebody was bringing back up the milkshake day, the infamous milkshake day. I remember where I was on milkshake day. I was driving to work on my way to Tesla when that happened.
Wow.
Yeah. Where a bunch of fake geek girls who are quote unquote editors that Zach likes to call work girlfriends, which I think is way more accurate, posted pictures of their milkshakes in honor of, I can't remember. It was the
Paul Steinberg.
Yes, thank you. But it was really to own the haters and take selfies. And some people criticized it, and it turned into this massive scandal. The scandal, just because Richard made a video about it. And yeah,
remember when he called her a cum dumpster?
Yeah.
That's gonna follow her to the day she dies.
Well, I mean, you can't choose your legacy. Life does that for you.
Well, no, they chose it for her because they wouldn't shut up.
Well, no, I'm sure they didn't chose it, but they wouldn't shut up. So the universe, through your boy Zach, chose their legacy. And now she probably makes pennies at where is she at Valiant right now?
Yes.
Was it Valiant? I thought she was at IDW.
I thought she left IDW to go to Valiant, or was it vice versa?
Well, neither of them make money. So it's one of the two
IDW is about to go under any day now. So
that are cartel tax shelters or whatever the hell they are right now, because they are not making any money.
No.
IDW got so far down. Graham was thinking about buying it.
It's 68 cents a share. I can do that.
Yeah, why not?
Well, I think it's a little bit less than that, but they are very close to doing 30 days. Under $1, and that's going to be goodbye from the stock exchange.
Not soon enough, but hey, that next Netflix deal will be here any minute.
Is that Lock and Key actually paying them money yet?
They canceled that after season 2, didn't they?
Yeah, so they hung their hat on that.
Oopsies.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Well, not only they hung their hat, they spent a lot of money. I mean, they had to make 2 pilots before Netflix approved it.
My God.
And they paid for those pilots.
Why would you do that? The CW just
because
put
that's
a
the
on
way.
shit.
Once Netflix announced that they were going to do new content, the whole industry exploded. I mean, I was there. I was at a broadcast convention when Netflix made the announcement. And it was like the end of the Day of the Locust. Everybody was running around with their hair on fire, not knowing what was coming next. And so basically, if you come to Netflix with seed money, they'll take a look. Like, oh, you paid for the screenplay, you paid for this, you paid for that. Yeah, we'll take a look. But you got to lay out money first. And in IDW's case, they had to pay for 2 pilots. They ain't cheap.
No, at least Roddenberry got Desi Liu to pay for the 2 pilots.
Yeah. Well, the old days, the production company paid for the pilots, but if you're, the streaming services, you got to show them something. You got to show them that you're ready to roll.
So that's why Gotham Knights episode 1 looks like it's made for £5.50.
Because it is. But let's not forget, there's a $30 million Game of Thrones pilot, and not even the original show. I'm talking about the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
That will never see the light of day. $30 million.
Did you see the Batman cowl in Gotham Knights?
Oh,
it looks like it's been 3D printed.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is garbage.
It probably is.
Batman and the Wizard from 1942 or whenever it was. That looks way better.
Quarter Black Garrett's looks better.
Yeah. Oh, much better. That's legit though. Legit much better.
It is. So Victoria is gone, and we celebrate this. I think a lot of people are thinking Marvel, like Bob Iger's coming in and he's going to turn stuff around. No, he's just firing somebody who called out a CEO who fanned the flames while Disney was in that brouhaha with Florida over the parental rights bill. By the way, that's what it's called. It's called the parental rights bill. You can say gay all you want. You just can't be weird with 5 and 6 year olds. I don't think that's asking too much.
No.
But Gary, come on. Now, I think it's very important that a 6-year-old that just wants to fucking put some crayon on a piece of paper,
right,
and draw a picture of a tree, be told all about what the degenerate teacher with pink hair has to say about what they do in their private time. That's so important.
We need to bring back old teachers. Remember when teachers were old? Like I'd be there. Like I had a 60-year-old teach me in 6th grade. Like that, that's unheard of nowadays.
I never had one teacher that talked about their sex life.
No.
My German teacher looked like Mr. Magoo. He stood about that high and he walked around with a yardstick. And this guy was a bomber pilot in World War II. And he would go around and he'd take that stick and he'd whack it down on your table and he goes, dative and accusative prepositions. And he'd go, außer bei mir zugegen.
999.
Yeah, you see? I still remember them.
Now, which side was he a bomber for, though?
Oh, no.
For us.
Okay, just asking the question, guys. Just asking the question.
He was a character.
Is it worth going over what her role was, by the way, for people who don't know?
I think it is, and then we'll talk about like what the immediate actions that happened right after that, or during it. I don't know what the timeline was, but her immediate role, correct me if I'm wrong, MauLer, her immediate role was she was president, but she also oversaw the VFX third-party companies.
That's what I'm familiar with, which is so funny to think about that after She-Hulk, that seems to be the areas like, because the CG, they've been under fire a lot recently for how they've been treating their artists and just obviously the results of all their CG work. So,
remember when Taika Waititi
shouting his own movie? Yeah.
That
To the
guy.
chagrin of everybody on the internet. Like
That guy
that's
was
our
end
job,
of
not yours,
the Marvel
Taika.
Universe.
Yeah.
When he did was it Thor Ragnarok?
Right.
That was the beginning of the end of the Marvel
I'll
Universe.
destroy your mythos in a minute, baby.
It was funny. I was talking to Fring and we were trying to think like when was the first example of going ugh with the CG in Marvel, and we thought it was Black Panther, if you remember the fight they have near the end.
Oh yeah.
But he was like, no, I think it might be Thor Ragnarok because it was Hela when she moved around. Everyone was like, she's looking a little rubbery and weird. And it's like, yeah, and go from there forward. Obviously, excluding something like Infinity War, Thanos, and Endgame stuff, but like they've been rushing their CG stuff, and let's just say whoever's at the head of all of that is, it's been a while since they needed to be cut off.
I'll say even Endgame, that end battle that everybody loved, so muted and like muddy and dark. And, ugh.
Oh,
and apparently they shift budget money around depending on release schedules and things like that. It's like, okay, well, this doesn't need as much money as this one, and that's more of a concern. Plus, you've got the VFX, it's being coordinated by people who aren't really creators. They're not creative people. So they don't.
I hated Endgame. Oh my god.
I hate it. That was the end for me. That was the end game.
Yeah, I mean, they made so many story mistakes in that, and it could have been really great. I mean, first off, they turned the Hulk into Soy Boy Hulk.
Yes.
And what did they do? They show you how much better the other Hulk is when he goes back in the past, and you see him tearing up things.
Right.
And then he's like, well, I ought to break something. And he picks up a car and he's like, half doing it, all that kind of stuff.
Toxic masculinity, dude.
So then the Stark's entire building falls on him, and the portals are opening, and all these guys are coming in, and the Avengers are getting their ass kicked. And you know what that movie needed right then and there? Rage Hulk. That's when they needed Bruce Banner to not be able to contain himself any longer and just come right up out of there like a phoenix, and then just beat the living shit out of Thanos.
Yeah,
and turn the tide of the battle. But we didn't get that.
And you even have it being prompted, right? Like he's got an injury with the arm. You can combine it all up that he's like, he sees people suffering, he's not able to help them as well. And then he's like, and then loses it. Instead of, what did they do with it? Like he's wounded for a couple of, I don't know, years, and then he's just not. In She-Hulk, he's healed now, isn't he?
Well, he is. Well, he was. Well, he was stuck in. Right. There's a lot of weirdness about that because he was stuck in. What they call it, brainy Hulk, whatever they want to call it.
Soy Hulk is the word.
Soy Hulk is probably the better one. And then they just couldn't be asked to do the CGI anymore. So then he was Bruce Banner again. And then they couldn't be asked to do it again in She-Hulk. So he was Bruce Banner for a lot of that. And it was just like, it wasn't the whole point of him being Professor Hulk. It was because it was a merging of the two forms of the Hulk.
Right.
Into half monster, half Professor Banner. So this doesn't make sense that he can revert back to Bruce Banner, because if he can reverse back to Bruce Banner, then he would be able to fully Hulk out again. Whatever. Whatever.
Well, you know,
Whatever.
Whatever.
it's always a case of what would Kirby do, and then you do what he would have done.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, and then by leading up to it, they made Soy Hulk first off, and then they made a Big Lebowski Thor. So they did all of this to depower the most powerful characters in the Marvel universe, all to boost up this loser character, Captain Marvel.
Yes.
And so when she shows up on screen, she's like the savior. It's like, oh, everybody turns. What's that? What's that? Something coming in on the radar. It could have been a great scene if that was Thor, but it was it was her. And then who gave a shit? You know, it's like, oh, you're the superpower. You are the Marvel because you're Captain Marvel, but you're not the Hulk. You're not Thor. They would eat you alive.
Or if they'd set it up, Adam Warlock, maybe, you know?
Yeah, it was bad enough after you'd seen a movie, right? But
there it is.
Hey, when you look at it, the moment you knew everything was fucked is when she's in the room with them all, and then Thor just like walks up to her and he's like, "I like this one."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I know. I know you want us to like it.
We gotta tell you to like them because they're shit.
Yeah.
That's where you get. There you go. There's your shock.
Great writing right there.
That's another talk about missed opportunities. If you remember, the film opens with Iron Man, you know, he almost dies with Nebula, and they have Captain Marvel save him when it doesn't even make sense compared to Rocket Raccoon should be able to come up with a way to track the ship, and then you have Thor save Iron Man.
Right.
Thor's the one that should have gone there with the Bifrost from Stormbreaker. Why the hell did you have Captain Marvel do it? Do you remember when she arrives holding the ship as if she pushed it through space? Like
Superman.
I remember being like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was that Superman moment, and she lands holding it, you know.
Exactly. Like, why didn't you have Thor save Iron Man? Those two started up together. Like, you don't.
Why don't you have a McDonald's meal with her to feed him?
That too. I don't know. They really tried with Captain Marvel, pushing her around and stuff. And you know, what have they done recently with her?
And I've said this before, chat. You've heard this before. I'm sorry. Some of you have. But with Iron Man, the sacrifice was he had to give up his daughter. Because the sacrifice should have been we need to blip back to the second, you know, the nanosecond the blip happened to get immediate bomb. And unfortunately, that means that you're gonna lose the last 5 years, which means losing your daughter.
Right.
That was the sacrifice play, and then he does it. He dies, and then when we have the funeral at the end, Gwyneth Paltrow's holding a belly. Because she's pregnant, so she is gonna have the girl. So even though he's not there, he saved it, and the baby is gonna be born, and he's, you know, protected the future for his daughter. That's what the sacrifice play should have been, not the selfish. I got to keep my daughter. That's not what a hero does.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Well, it's been
also comic book heroes figure out a way to have their cake and eat it too. You know, I'm facing a dilemma. I'm still going to come out on top, and I'm still going to do the right thing.
Yeah. They think they did that. They think they did with the whole like, oh, we brought people back and we saved the people from the current timeline, and then they try to desperately ignore the absolute horrors they would have inflicted on Earth with the blip.
Well, people materializing in midair because the plane that they're in is now plunged to the ground. So they're just falling down and dying and stuff like that.
And if that's not bad enough, then they send Captain America back again. Back to 1940s, you know, like oh, we got away without anything changing too much here. This is perfect. Let's send Cap back to the past again.
Right.
He's not going to return. So now Captain America never went into the ice, and he's lived his life since the 1940s all the way up to an old man. How do you reconcile all of that?
Well, I mean, I would go back in the past.
He ignored Vietnam. He ignored 9/11. He probably could have warned his fellow Avengers. Probably could have warned his dad that he was going to get Tony's dad that he was going to get killed by the Winter Soldier. Just off the top of my head, just a few things he could have done that he just sat back and completely effed off.
But again, a selfish move. He stayed in the past because he didn't get his dance,
which is why it's a movie he wouldn't make.
I mean, I'd crush Haley Atwell for 50 years, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, It is
But they ended
another.
up with
It is
Hawkeye.
another motivation which doesn't make sense, but it's
Cap wouldn't do that. Okay.
no,
Cap
of course he wouldn't.
No.
These are people that give up everything for others. These are selfless characters. That's what a hero is. And now Marvel is just full of selfish characters.
Yeah, it's the writers don't know what any of this means, and this is like this came in later because, like it or not, like the good part of the MCU in the beginning had comic people involved and at least TV writers who were familiar with comics who respected them, right? Then they were slowly, systematically moved out, and you brought in like guys who produced, like the Russo brothers, guys who produced comedies.
Right.
You know, comedies, Rick and Morty writer, and they take a lot, and all they're into is just the parody. They're in the parody of it. They want the humor, and they don't understand that has to be leveled out with the seriousness. Like, you know,
but they're mocking their own product.
They're mocking their own product.
Well, they introduce comedy in place of humor.
Yes,
I mean, humor grows out of the situation,
right?
Yes,
that you're in, and grows out of character. Comedy is just jokey joke, and that's what they're doing now.
Yeah, and that's what Takiti or whatever that guy's name is.
Taika Waititi, yeah.
Yeah, that's what that guy brought entirely in. It was stand up. It was like it was a big stand up routine for him, you know, because look how funny I am, and the humor never derived organically from the characters.
Yes.
You know, I mean, one of the most egregious things is Asgard has been destroyed, and the last surviving Asgardians are looking at their world as about to leave it, and you know, think of it as like immigrants leaving, you know, Ireland or something to go to America for a better life because their country's been destroyed or something, or the Jews, you know, and they're standing there looking at it, and that one little alien guy says, well, he says, maybe we can repair it or something like that. And then you see the last building fall over. And then he goes, yeah, maybe not. You know, like people lost everything. They lost their families. They lost their world. And you're making a freaking joke out of it. It was not the right place. It was not an organic.
And it doesn't help build your core character. And they even did that in Ragnarok when Odin died. They just sat, you know, like when Odin passes and he finally kind of says, hey, I love both you boys. They sit on it for like 2 seconds, and then Hela comes in, and they move on, you know, and that should be a great scene. But
well, I was just going to
say,
say,
that's the same movie. They were both in
Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Love and Thunder, though, like that reset the meaning of just the horrors, because like Infinity Cones, I don't think there's ever going to be a more tonally broken joke than Infinity Cones. Do you know which one that is? Or I don't know if you guys saw Love and Thunder.
Infinity Cones, yeah.
Yeah, the idea was that in New Asgard, they're setting up some stuff, and they've got an ice cream store called Infinity Cones, and it's got the gauntlet, I think, on it. And it's like, why?
Kidding me?
Yeah, why the fuck, of all the people in the world of Marvel, would they have a celebratory ice cream store based after the guy who killed them? Like,
who massacred half of them?
Right. Yeah. Why don't you have a Hitler deli?
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Great German meats.
Hitler Jewish deli.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you just do that?
Yeah. The Auschwitz drive-through.
Yeah.
But you Austrian-Hungary alliance will come down to Nazi deli, you know.
Yeah.
The reason they did, you know, it's funny that they treated with the Talakans. I'm sure you missed that in Wakanda Forever, which was supposed to be the Atlanteans, and the Wakandans with such respect, and they just shit on the Asgardians for like in both films. You know, and it's because, you know, it's filled with
people.
I mean, that's why. You know?
Yeah, that's because Asgardians don't really exist. But those characters were obviously Latinos, so
yes,
you know, they were not going to.
Well,
are you a Talacan or a Talacant?
I wonder who else is Latino. Oh, well, Latina.
Well,
I wonder who.
There's a lot of people in this world who think Wakanda is a real place, guys.
Yes,
so,
that's for sure.
It's real to me, Gary.
It's the bestest ever ethno state.
Well, you know, Graham pointed out to me early in this game where it was going off the rails. I mean, he foresaw it. Where there's a joke to be made, and it shouldn't be made, but they can't resist making it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have Graham tell you. It's when Doctor Strange puts on the cape for the first time.
Oh,
yeah.
Remember that, Graham?
When he puts on the
he puts on the cape, he's looking at himself in the mirror like he's looking badass.
Right.
Like, he's
Triumphant
Doctor
music.
Strange now, and look out, this guy's going to mystically kick everybody's butt. And then the corner of his cape slaps him in the face.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and
It's
Graham
possible.
pointed that out to
I
me.
blocked that movie out because
Yeah.
the two Doctor Strange movies are, and the second Doctor Strange in particular, is the single worst Marvel movie I've ever seen. I mean, I was so bored in that America Chavez movie. It was so
Yes.
Wow, you watched that? Wow, I haven't
I
seen
did.
it. The Black Panther was the last one I watched. And
Yeah,
I,
that
you know,
one was
I
bad
watched.
too.
I saw the parts I didn't sleep through. So
Well, how do you have almost 20 years of this shit and not introduce Kirby Crackle like anywhere, just as an homage? Like,
where are the sleepers? Where's the search for Galactus? Where's Mangog? Where's all this amazing stuff that they did? And they'll say, well, we've run out of stories, or now we're moving forward. We're moving into the crappy comic era where nobody read any of them.
Yeah. Mangog. Oh my God. If they had done a Thor Mangog movie, how cool would that be?
It would have made $2 billion.
It made $1 billion.
Touche.
Yeah, just in case anybody isn't up on Mangog, he has the power of 1 billion beings. So that was the reference.
But is that enough to be stunning and brave?
But
Captain
what
Marvel?
are his pronouns? Okay.
Yeah.
Man and Gog.
What is his sexuality? Is he a they them?
He likes to gog.
Is he polyamorous? Is he pansexual?
He's all
We must
man,
know
baby.
Yeah.
No, they the reason it succeeded in the beginning is because it was very simple. We're going to tell the origin stories, very simply tell the origin stories, and that's it. And they stumbled with a couple of sequels. Some they got right, but then it went to their head. Kevin Feige started thinking it was about that Marvel brand, and I explained it in my last video. There's only a handful of titles that really move both DC and Marvel, right? Everybody knows this. There's a lot of sub characters that people love, but there's the main core titles that move the entire thing, and without those, it doesn't work.
Right?
It doesn't work, and they don't even own Spider-Man. And X-Men aren't there. Fantastic Four are going to look like a stock diversity photo.
Yep.
It's going to be they can't fix this. They have, for one, recast. You just keep Captain America around. You recast him every few years, like James Bond. Same with Spider-Man and Iron Man and everybody else. And then people can argue about like which freaking Iron Man they like better, just like with Doctor Who or James Bond.
Robert Downey Jr. immediately, because the next Iron Man's Riri Williams. It's all over. It's done. It's all over. It's dead. It's all over. It's dead.
They're better off taking those B and C level characters that nobody gave a shit about because they can do anything with them. Case in point is Guardians of the Galaxy. Nobody cared about that book. I mean, they had to change the Guardians in the comic because nobody read the original ones.
Right.
So when they took that into a whole different direction and had this great hit, there's not the same level of scrutiny on it. Like, oh, you got Batman wrong, you got Spider-Man, because everybody knows those characters. Nobody knows these characters, so they're better off doing stuff with them, as far as I'm concerned. Instead of ruining the classic characters, right?
Play around with that, and nobody really had a problem with it until recently, when that's all it became was gender and race swaps. And we went over a video on Friday Night Tights, guys, of the magic card that turned Aragorn black.
Yeah.
And there's a guy on TikTok crying, saying, "I'm a lifelong Lord of the Rings fan, but I can finally see myself as Aragorn." And they even mentioned like they made up a character in one of the games, but that wasn't enough. They had to flip Aragorn for me to see myself. For one, this is a grown ass man saying that.
Yeah.
Lifelong Lord of the Rings fan. Ergo, he realizes that it's not about color and representation. It's about content, a character, and story. Suddenly has now been coerced by the superficial narcissism cult, and it's now, oh look, you can see yourself on screen. It's dog shit, and it's blackface in essence, because that's what it is. But now you're applauding these literal blackface that we're doing to characters. These people don't care about your gender. They don't care about your sexuality or your color. You are a literal marketing tool for them.
Mm-hmm.
And we unfortunately have a world of stupid people out there right now that are falling for this trap.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all under the guise of virtue and representation. And you just have to look at comics, you look at TV, movies. Representation in terms of superficiality has always existed. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Every show's diverse by its own organic nature, but now it's currency in the current day, and that's what it's been pushed to. Mm-hmm. People are literally applauding bigotry and racism in an effort to try and squeeze a couple of pennies and shekels out of them. It's insane.
In the comics world, I mean, it's really more important, as you said, story, but it's inspiration and aspiration, not representation.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not from Krypton. Nobody is. But we can still relate to Clark Kent as a human being because he was raised by these people in Kansas. And that's regardless of whether you're white or black. I mean, I don't have to be from the slums to be able to enjoy Luke Cage, Power Man comics, you know. I don't need to be represented by him, but I can enjoy him because he's aspirational in the actions that he does, or at least, at very least, inspirational. By the ass kicking he does, and he's an interesting character. The way he talks, the way just the way the writers wrote him made him interesting. But I didn't have to put him up and say, "Oh, I can't relate to him because I'm not black and I'm not from the slums."
Yeah,
well, these characters are supposed to be universally appealing, so that anyone can project themselves on them.
Exactly.
Regardless. I mean, I'm not Bruce Lee, but. And if I watch a Bruce Lee movie, I'm Bruce Lee.
Yeah. And when you get out of the movie, you're definitely Bruce Lee.
Well, hey, pretty much everyone thinks Blade is badass, but most of us aren't black or a vampire. So
nope.
Yeah.
Well, MauLer, I've got something to announce.
Oh my God.
I'm a black vampire.
Oh, I knew it.
I represent.
You're just
identify as a black vampire. My bad.
Well, so it's gotten so silly now that when we see a casting announcement for the Rings of Power season 2 that nobody's going to give a shit about, we see two great actors on the left, and we go, "Well, there's two assholes and a girl boss right there."
Yes.
And she apparently was named by Charles Dickens. Her name Tanya Moody.
Do you remember Gary when they cast him as Mance Raider and he did a really good job? And he's only in it for like 2 episodes or whatever. That was nice.
And like that guy is Mr. Mail It In. Like he was talking about that gig and the Harry Potter gig. And he's like, I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I just read my lines. But he's such a good actor. He's in Rome, by the way. And he's fantastic.
Which guy? Kieran Hines?
Yeah,
Kieran Hines. Yeah.
He was in Snyder Cut too.
He was in John Carter.
Yeah. I love John Carter. I love that movie.
No.
I do
love that movie.
I did love that movie. I did.
You know what? I watched that movie recently, rewatched it, and I didn't watch the opening, and I didn't watch Deja Thoris's introduction. Now I love that movie. I want an edit with those two things taken out. The movie is 1,000 times better.
I mean, it's nowhere near as good as the books. Okay.
No.
But no, Rory Kinnear was good. Penny Dreadful was like half a good show and half fucking awful. It's kind of weird. It was such a weird show, but he was really good as the Frankenstein.
Starting off really good.
Yeah, it did. And then it just went off the fucking rails and got really weird and woke. But yeah, I just saw that and I don't give a fuck. Like Rings of Power season 2, nobody's going to care about it. It's like a year, maybe a year and a half away. But that's the first thing I saw. I'm like, well, okay, they'll probably be elves. They'll probably be dicks. And she'll be amazing. The end. That's all.
They'll save the world.
They'll save the world. But the thing is, with these, like with Amazon in particular, you're going to see this with Amazon and Apple because they kind of came in the game late, but they're the two companies that are, well, they're not just entertainment companies. So they have a bunch of liquid. Their streaming services are vanity projects, right? So they have a bunch of extra money. They can get all these stars. Nobody's watching their shit for the most part. So they're going to be like pushing like the woke crap will be continued by Apple and Amazon the most. And the other entertainment companies that are just entertainment companies will be forced to change the quickest, except for Disney because they're fucking dumb.
But on the flip side, Amazon has Reacher and was it Terminal List?
Terminal List,
like, they must have realized at some point they needed something people actually wanted to watch.
And I think that's where you're going to see Hollywood go with the back. I don't know why they didn't go back to the action flick, just the straight up action flick. And I love Reacher and Terminal List. Loved them both dearly. And
Terminal List is shocking in its content, especially that it's from Amazon. It's like, oh my God. This is it. And I love the critic. This is a right-wing fantasy. Yeah, it's a right-wing fantasy. And Handmaid's Tale is a left-wing fantasy. So who cares?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh
my God. I found Terminal List slow.
Oh man, did you watch it all the way through?
Loved it. I've watched most of it.
It pays off.
Does it pay off? All right, I'll stick with it.
The most boring part with the what was it, the Secretary of State? That leads somewhere awesome.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Really awesome. Like chills up the spine. Awesome.
You know what's a really well-written show on Amazon is The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
I haven't seen that one.
You haven't seen that?
No.
It's basically about a woman whose husband leaves her and she finds she has a knack for stand-up comedy. And it takes place in 1957, 58, something like that. And then you follow her throughout the years. It's a comedy, but it's got dramatic moments in it too. But it's so well written. The characters are really, really three-dimensional.
Excellent.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, like occasionally that when they're something like the Rings of Power will have all the focus of management, right? And then something like that they'll just let the creators do what the hell they want. And that's when we get better stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Even bringing it back to Star Trek Picard, which is produced by complete fucking shitheads, Alex Kurtzman. Everything is garbage. But they just didn't care about the season 3, so they just handed it off to this guy who used to work on Star Trek, and it's freaking good.
Everybody says that. I have to watch it because I wrote that series off in 1973 on the end of the cartoon show.
I loved the animated series, Star Trek the animated series.
Oh yeah, it's canon too. I mean, you had DC Fontana, Theodore Sturgeon. You had all these great writers that wrote
Larry
the original
Niven
series.
Yeah.
David Gerald, he wrote episodes. It's great.
Well, since we're all recommending TV shows, you guys should check out Mandalorian.
Way to bring it down.
Hey, I love. Hey, we got the answer why the New Republic was so incompetent again, because they're a bunch of torturing assholes and women. Yeah, women.
Wait, so you saw the episode, did you, Gary?
I did. It's my job to watch this shit.
Oh,
that's all it was work.
The thing that struck me was just how the hell is she going to get away with that? She's like, there would be cameras, there would be records. Like, she can't.
Dude, no. Does the New Republic not have security? This thing
apparently
called
not
fucking security. So, okay, Chuck, to give you context, it's a show about the Mandalorian, which is a ripoff Boba Fett with a ripoff Baby Yoda. But in the middle of it, they just stop that show and they bring back a former Empire guy from the first season and do the whole fucking show in the middle about this guy turning himself into the New Republic, and his name is taken away. He's given a number, and it's like a witness relocation.
Yeah.
But you have all these former Empire people with no security, and they're all getting food and biscuits, and they're all hanging out. And then we find out that they the New Republic, the good guys, Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia, are torturing people.
Well, they showed us in the last sequels what a shitbag Luke Skywalker was.
Yes.
He didn't give a shit about anybody. He ran off to a little island and drank blue milk or whatever that was he was drinking.
A cry.
That was and in
cry.
In Boba Fett, we saw him some of his trading where he's shooting lasers at babies. Like it's a bit of a weird stuff going on there, Luke.
Yeah. And talk about changing gears. They must have been able to smell the stink on Boba Fett, because right in the middle of it, they turned it into the Mandalorian.
Yes. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of people are saying right in the middle of Mandalorian, they turned it into like Diet Andor. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there.
Andor.
I don't think they know.
They don't know. Hi Camelot, what's up, buddy? I was talking about this in DMs with Chris Gore, and I'm like, well, you have to have. We had a lot of people coming into comics who didn't know how to write comics, didn't love comics, and we can see that they just wanted it to be a spring step. We also have a lot of people now in streaming. Same thing is happening. Comics like the proving ground for all this shit. So now we have a bunch of people who don't love television, don't know how to write television, writing television like Jon Favreau. Everybody wants to deify Jon Favreau. Well, this is his baby. This is his, and it's shit. Jon Favreau can write some good movies, damn good movies. Okay. But I don't think he knows how to write No, I know he doesn't know how to write television. It's paced horribly. The dialogue is fucking awful. God dang, MauLer. That scene where all the former Empire people are talking to each other, and it's supposed to be like this endearing scene where we're kind of getting to know you, and I was like, oh.
There's like a semblance of an idea in the episode. I like the idea of seeing what the witness relocation program or amnesty program can look like.
Idea is fine.
The execution was off though.
Executing Star Wars. That's what it was doing.
Well, and the big thing about it that's so funny as well is just they've already reported they're disappointed with the numbers for Mando. It's remember we talked about this. I can't remember if it was last Real BBC or not, but Mando was supposed to be almost like this sudden savior when it replaced the movies, and now even that is falling apart. I don't know if any of you guys caught Drinker's video recently about the state of Star Wars, but yeah, obviously he's right. It's just that they've annihilated the IP. They don't know what to do with it, and you can't believe honestly,
it was annihilated. It was ultimately annihilated at The Last Jedi. It was three major moments. Last Jedi, firing Gina Carano, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi did serious damage, yeah.
They have no faith in the core material. That's the problem with all of these franchises. They don't believe enough in the core material.
No,
and its appeal.
They want to kill the core material,
right? And they don't know how to bring that appeal out. I mean, the first three Star Wars movies, they were funny. They had a lot of real humor in them.
Mm-hmm.
And everything now is just so dark and dismal and bleak and miserable. I mean, who wants to watch that?
And it's humor that's been brought around by the circumstance of what's going on, as opposed to the Marvel "let's stop, crack a joke" line.
Right.
And if I could just take Doctor Who for a split second.
Yeah.
When they changed the origin of Doctor Who, when Chris Chibnall destroyed the origin of Doctor Who, myself, Gary, other people who are big Doctor Who fans, it was very obvious, and we were stating that they've done this because the BBC is embarrassed of the white history of Doctor Who, because he's always been a white man, and we get people bigot, racist, white supremacist. We get called all the names, which are meaningless now. But Chris Chibnall, the guy who took over the series, just fucking admitted it.
Yep.
In an interview. So that's exactly why he did it, and he admitted it. It's because the history of Doctor Who is too white, and we were looking to diversify and include.
No, the word he used was dilute.
Dilute, yeah.
The white past of the Doctor. And he's mentioned this before, by the way. That was absolutely what they meant to do, was dilute, instead of just moving forward, going, okay, these are the Doctors, and we're going to move forward. They had to change everything, for one, to cement the female Doctor's position, because people would just skip it. They knew people would just skip it. So they're like, and that is sexism in itself. That is like, we're going to bring in a female Doctor. We don't even believe in it that much. So we need to change the origin. And
wouldn't diluting it make it whiter?
Yes.
Yes, it would.
Well, why don't they bring in the companion as black then?
They have. They have already. They did nearly 15 years ago.
Okay.
They had a gay character in 2005.
Yeah, nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Captain Jack. People love Captain Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack. They loved him.
Yeah.
And he was gay. He was openly he was pansexual, I think they said. But it works for that, because he's happy to sleep with aliens as well.
Yeah, literally any living creature. Pretty much.
Yeah. So whereas today pansexual means bisexual.
Yeah,
because
but it worked. And it wasn't because it was just an aspect of his overall personality instead of just the entire fucking thing.
Yes, it was much. He actually
had a personality beyond that.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
these characters that are all about where I want to put my pee-pee. It's like,
I know.
Need this?
Right?
Who cares?
Well, that leads very nicely to the pencils down on the Robin series cancelled after 10 issues, which means they must have got the stop after 6 or 7 to finish off the next 3 to get out.
Did that Bernard character? Did you create that Bernard character, Chuck? Was he part of Robin canon before?
No, thank God they didn't use one of my characters.
Yeah.
No, they created a new guy.
Yeah.
Is there another?
McTwinkster.
I don't want to go to Bleeding Cool. Fuck that website. Is there another article?
But they just did a
we can use Cosmic Book.
Jean Grey thing with him. He was just like, oh, I just met this guy Bernard who used to go to school with. And Oracle's just like, that's because you gate him. And it's like, am I? Oh, okay then. Fucking dog shit, man.
Oh, fuck off.
And the art and the writing of the panels are so absolute
the artwork
trash.
is oh my God. And
embarrassing.
As you said, the writing. I mean, you have Robin, who's been trained by Batman to be this incredible fighter and stuff like that. And Mr. Twinkie Pants comes sneaking up on him and you know, like tickles him or something. And Robin's like, what? You know, like, yeah. It's like, are you kidding me? He would have turned around and given him the elbow to the head or something if he didn't know, you know, who the dude was sneaking up.
Well, you wouldn't sneak up on Tim Drake, but
right.
Right.
Tim Drake's like probably the best trained of the Robins in terms of both mental and physical. That was the reason why Tim became the third Robin. Figured out Batman, had a level head, had a family, wasn't from a broken home. You know, those things were introduced, you know, those things sort of happened later, but it was good because what happened, you know, even Ariana, his first girlfriend, level-headed girlfriend. You know, from a, you know, I think her parents owned a store or a deli or something like that.
Right.
So she came from a regular family. He was rich, but he was level-headed. So it's like worked. And then you introduce the Spanners into the work. Then you introduce the Stephanie Brown, who's like the sort of aspirational girl from she's dangerous. I'm not a dangerous person. What happens when you mix sensibility with dangerous? You get really good chemistry. Then his you know, his father dies. Then he gets that introduced. So then he has to deal with things that others have before they became what they became. And now he's dealing with it when he is that guy, when he is Robin. How would you then deal with it? So these are great things for the character to go through. Now he just like sucking cock. That's the character.
And that's all it is, yeah.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Absolute fucking joke.
Hey, as it was a fan favorite. Chuck, it was a fan favorite.
That's why they canceled it.
Yeah, that's why they canceled. Yeah, all
they hate the fans so much.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way,
we're selling 300,000 copies. We're gonna have to cancel this.
Yeah. This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
What they haven't announced, what they have announced, but they've kept low key as well, is Batgirls also got cancelled, and I think that made it to 19 episodes. Where I'm sure Stephanie Brown in that is probably talking about how she's so proud of Tim now that he's gone his separate way.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, they said they didn't know what to do with Tim Drake. When it's just so fucking bizarre. What should we do with Tim Drake? What should we do with the guy? You've got him in this great relationship with Stephanie. He's literally come to peace with Batman. He's come to peace with himself. Because he's had an identity crisis. He was Robin. Then Damian Wayne came along. So he's lost his mantle. Then I'll become Red Robin then. Because he was having an identity crisis about who am I if I'm not Robin? And then he becomes Red Robin. And then Red Robin develops. And then he's like, no, I'm Robin. And that's who I am. And it doesn't matter if there's another Robin there. I'm fucking Robin as well. And then he goes to the whole Jarrell business. And then he comes back. And he's just like, I know who I am. Goes to knock on Stephanie Brown's door. She's there. She grabs him. She hugs him. She kisses him. She thinks he's been dead. They all think he's dead. And he's back. And you go, what do you do with Tim Drake then? And I'm just like, you've literally just set up Tim and Stephanie to go away together.
Yeah.
Like, right, Stephanie, we're leaving Gotham. We're going to go to New York. We're going to go to somewhere. We're going to go somewhere, and it's you and me together now. We'll go to college together. We'll go to university together. Whatever. And then you have those two together, and you can create all kinds of wonderful stories based off these young adults who are now really cemented with themselves, know what they want in life. Steph, I want you. I've been through so much recently, and I'm Robin, and I want you. But fucking hell. Sorry,
that's heteronormative.
But I mean, you know, there's so much mileage there because I mean, Stephanie's a handful.
She's great.
There's not going to be a status quo romance between them ever.
No,
because she's a handful.
She's the daughter of a criminal, the clue master. Right. She's reckless. She's dangerous. But she's good. But she's got traits which are completely antithetical to Tim. Right. And that's why they work so well.
Yep.
That's why they bounce off it. It's essentially Batwoman and Batman. Catwoman and Batman.
Right.
They sort of have that little dynamic. So it's always there's going to be some on and off, but they're there for each other. And that's what those characters are. And to see just what they did with Tim, because some narcissistical twat waffle said, I want Tim to be like me. I want him to have my sexuality because I'm not here to write this comic to entertain. I'm here to see myself because I have no talent. And when I saw that, I know it is, but when I saw that panel where, the gay and queer people of DC, and they were just there talking about, essentially just talking about which characters they want to ruin. And they're like, Poison Ivy, she should be trans. And they're like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's the most bestest thing I've heard ever. I'm like, wait a minute. Are you fucking retarded? You're taking one of the most feminine sexual characters in DC who uses that sexuality to manipulate as well as be able to control. And you're saying you want to put a fucking penis on her, female penis on her now. It's absurd that these people are the ones who've been given charge of these characters. And I told you, the day I buy DC, which is going to be never, but the day I buy DC, it's Chuck, Graham, come here. I need to sort this shit out.
Yep.
Unreal.
That's after we back up a lot of money to you guys.
Yeah. And after I do the greatest pencils down in office conversation ever. It's literally gonna be, hi everyone, thanks for coming in. Pencils down, fuck off. Bye. Yep. And then it's gonna be, there you go.
Well, they're doing that right now anyway at Disney.
They are. And what's funny is the comic book companies aren't significant enough to even get to yet because they have bigger fish to fry. And I heard you, Graham, and I agree. I think they'll eventually be licensed. I think a lot of people said this, but I think they'll be licensing it out to other companies just to keep the IP farm going. But I don't know if it has long, to be honest with you. Shazam flopped hard.
Oh.
Hard.
Did it? I didn't follow it this week.
30 million opening weekend. 30 million.
Oh,
Gary, do you want to remind people what Shazam is?
Shazam is Captain Marvel that they can't call Captain Marvel for some reason, even though they Captain Marveled it first. There's been a lot of Captain Marvels. Okay.
It's because when the rights to it elapsed after the lawsuit against Fawcett, and then Marvel, Stan Lee, copyrighted it, and then DC got the rights to the Fawcett characters, and they could use Captain Marvel as a name, but you couldn't use it as a title. So that's why they had to call it Shazam. But he's always called Captain Marvel in the comics. Now in the movies, they can't even do that. So you got the Marvel family, but they're not the Marvel family.
No.
In fact, I think in this movie, I haven't seen it, but somebody told me at the end, he's like, what's my superhero name?
Yes.
And the guy says Shazam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the name of the wizard.
Yeah.
It's an acronym. It's an acronym for the gods.
And he can't say his own name without changing.
Well, yeah, exactly.
My name's
Shazam. You have a random guy in the audience or like the crowd or whatever say like, oh, go for it, Captain Marvel. And he's like, oh, that's not my name. It's like someone else says thunder crack or whatever. Like they're trying to play at it, poke at it, you know.
Jeez.
But
Do you remember Kingdom Come?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how great that Billy Batson story arc was in Kingdom Come? I thought that was something special myself. And the whole thing is that you always thought it was Captain Marvel the whole time, and everyone was just shit scared because he was essentially Lex Luthor's executioner, you know. And everyone is just absolutely shit scared of him. And then it's actually revealed by Batman that it's not. It's Billy Batson. And so when he actually realizes that, and then Shazams, then you've got this out of control, essential Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And just the way that, and then obviously he got, you know, he went fighting with Superman, and then he did the superhero arc. You know, the broken character was the one that ended up saving the day.
I've even seen people have turned
I
on
thought
it.
comics
like,
were good.
Saying Zachary Levi's like portrayal of Shazam is getting annoying. Like, that turned fast. People liked him in the first one, but the second one is too clowny. You know, it doesn't take anything seriously, sort of stuff.
And that first one came out, I think, either right before or right after Brie Larson's Captain Marvel. It was around the same time, right?
It would have been before, yeah, but it was also after the Snyderverse stuff. And I remember a lot of people saying, like, finally, a movie that's colorful and happy.
But that's like 4 years ago now. That's a long fucking time of bad superhero movies.
Mm-hmm.
So we have DC, and like, I don't want to hurt your guys's, revenue or anything, but with your residuals, but like relaunching in 2025. And they have these lame duck movies coming out that are all, aside from maybe Flash, are all going to just do. They don't understand, like, that's going to do damage to your overall brand. Like, people aren't going to give a shit about the rebooted Superman in 2025 after all of this garbage, unless it's just a masterpiece, absolute masterpiece. Which, I mean, that rises above everything. But like the brand, and it's not all DC's fault. Like, Marvel putting out so much shit over the last 2 years hurts everything. Hurts absolutely everything. So
you can't hurt our DC residuals more than DC has.
Yes, yes,
true.
You've been paid, yeah.
You guys
they sent a check, yeah.
Yeah, we got checks, but they keep renegotiating with outside vendors and Warners, and the money keeps getting smaller all the time.
It does.
It's weird how that happens.
Significantly smaller. And they stop paying us international royalties.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's kind of them.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe because they don't sell anything abroad anymore.
No, they sell shit tons overseas.
Yeah.
All of our stuff, all the
South
stuff
America
I did is never out of print overseas.
Yeah. South America is huge.
Yeah. Europe is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, in Spain, they did like a Chuck Dixon library.
Nice.
You know, I didn't see a cent from it.
What?
Yeah. They did these like big fat paperbacks, like a little smaller than comic size, of like my whole Nightwing run, my whole Robin run, my whole Birds of Prey run.
You know what?
Nightwing run just over there. I boarded it back and bought it the week after your run, first time.
You should check out the website, the Authors Coalition. Tony DePaul told me about that.
Huh.
And I went on that, and you see the royalty rules are different in other countries. And regardless of what they are here, they're obligated to pay over there. And so the Authors Coalition collects royalty money. And if you're owed money, your name will be on there. And then you just have to fill out some paperwork. I did that for the Phantom because King Features didn't pay me jack for the Phantom. And they reprinted the shit out of it overseas. And I went onto that website and I got $5,000 in royalties.
Wow.
Oh,
For Phantom comic strips that were printed overseas that King Features wouldn't pay me for.
Well, the thing is, I mean, DC, it's in our contracts that they owe us international royalties, particularly on like prestige projects and things like that. But, the DO just decided not to pay them anymore. And they didn't tell us. Huh?
Contracts? We don't need no stinking contracts.
No. Yeah, we don't need no stinking badges.
Hey, but I think this is a good time to talk about what books you do have that you will get all your residuals from because they're yours.
Yes.
We could start with Chuck. X-Ray Girl, you ready?
No.
So anyway, let's talk about.
You had one job. One job.
Oh my god.
So wrong.
I know.
The links have been in the chat, so thank you, Nerdrotic. You're wonderful
Nerdrotic.
people.
We'll check the mod chat. There we go.
I'd be a little. I'm not 100% today, guys. Sorry. I'd be a little.
I'll throw links into the private chat.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We can get these books up. Your boy Zach has. I love the I mean, there was kind of a resurgence, right, for the Here we go.
The Rambo book. Yeah, you guys did us a service. For sure.
Excuse me. Brain farted there. I ended up buying like another set. I'm like, I want another one. Maybe I'll give one away at one of our meetups.
Do you want me to change it from Canadian?
Yeah.
Nobody cares about your fake commie money up there, okay?
Should we change it to yen? Just
it'll look awesome.
Let's see what I made.
Whoa, 17 million.
17 million.
Wow.
Man.
There we go.
Domo arigato.
Look at that.
Oh man.
By the way, I was thumbing through this morning. Thanks, Graham. This is fun. I like this. There's a Chuck Dixon story in this too.
There's two of them.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
I love everything about it. Everything about it. So thanks, dude.
Oh wow, what's 128? Bloody hell.
128,670 American dollars with 1,738 backers. You guys are fantastic. Give yourself a round of applause for supporting these guys. We appreciate you. This is the Iron Age, and these are, again, two legends who, should be working in the mainstream industry if they can afford it.
Who needs it?
Who needs it?
Exactly.
Yeah, who wants to?
I don't want to take the pay cut.
Oh my god. Bookmark? I want this bookmark.
Yeah.
I knew you'd be back.
Hey, that's Misty Fahrenheit. Because she's hot.
She's raising my temperature.
Right. Hey, give us a little background on this book, and then we'll play the trailer.
Yeah, sure. The Ghost of Metacumba Key is the linchpin book in my series, which connects the Chenoo, Alien Alamo, Joe Frankenstein, and Monster Island, all my IP together. And my publishing plan is to avoid superheroes and basically focus on other genres, focusing mostly on horror, monsters, sci-fi, mystery, that kind of stuff. And this is a story where the crimes of today expose a crime from the past. And the dead from the 1935 hurricane that hit Metacumba Key, true story, most powerful hurricane to ever hit the United States. These ghosts start coming back, and it's up to Misty and Mike to figure out why. So it's a mystery, it's an adventure, it's a romance, and it's a horror tale, all in one.
Love every bit of that. That's so in my wheelhouse. I like horror comics. They've always been kind of my favorite, even with the superhero ones back in the early 70s, when that little trend was going on. That's why I love Ghost Rider as a concept anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But this looks cool as hell. So I can't wait. Do you want to scroll it up, X-Ray Girl, so we can play the trailer? Do you have your sound? Do you have the sound turned on?
You hear it?
Yeah.
Yep.
That is a great trailer, man.
That is. And follow those links because searching it on Indiegogo is a little difficult. It is difficult, dude.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because I've been shadow banned by Indiegogo for all the cool kids are shadow banned, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm lovable, so I don't know why they shadow ban me, but you have to have the link to find it. And obviously it's here in the chat. It's probably in the description of the show. And if you ever get lost and you can't remember it, just go to compasscomics.com and the links are all there. It'll take you right to it.
Hell yeah.
You can go to the site. You can read the first 10 pages.
Oh, there you go.
They're all lettered and ready to go. And as I said, this is going to connect all the books together.
And the book's pretty much done, right? Last time I heard you talking.
No, this one.
I think it's another.
I've got 20. I think I've got 22 pages complete.
Okay.
And it's going to be.
I got my head.
Like 64 pages of story. So I got a ways to go. It's not fulfilled. This one's not fulfilling until August.
Okay, so you got time.
Yeah. So we got a little
time. That's good.
Wow.
You're very good about fulfilling your books. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
And these, that's brilliant. Again, the reason he's shadow banned is because of politics, because the rebel industry that was the comic industry have become the most conformist, authoritative assholes on the planet. And Indiegogo fell into that. Unfortunately, they're based in San Francisco. So,
yeah,
not surprised.
They say they're based, but try reaching them.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Right.
I think they're based on the moon because I've written everybody about this shadow ban, and it's not like they've gotten back and said, well, you're an asshole, we're gonna shadow ban you because of for whatever reason. No, they just don't answer at all.
You violated community standards that they haven't written yet.
Yeah, they'll make them up.
Oh, they will.
If a lawyer comes knocking, they'll make it up.
Well,
they're dumb enough, they'll date them.
Yeah. They're waiting for another email from you so they know what community, so what they know what to ban you from. Okay, and now, X-Ray Girl, could you bring up Rambo?
Rambo.
It might be in the private chat. If not, then
it should be.
There. Yeah. Oh, we've got all the links are there in the private chat. X-Ray Girl.
Is Joe in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
First kill. Now this is from your boy Zach, also from Chuck and our buddy Will, our buddy Drinker has got one.
William Jordan.
$168,760 with 2,098 backers. First kill. And this is a prequel to First Blood. Co-written or storied, I guess, by Stallone.
Yeah.
Please don't do a Stallone impression, as. Don't.
Everyone's a critic now.
Yes. What do you with
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yes.
That was just a statement of fact, by the way.
This looks brilliant. Chuck, is there anything you want to tell us about this book?
Well, it's a straight up Vietnam War story. We take John Rambo from a teenager in Arizona, where he's basically convinced to join the army, gets in some trouble. And, he's a, well-adjusted, normal teenager. And then he goes through the hellfire that is Vietnam. And that's what turns him into the killing machine that we come to know and love.
Yeah.
So this is his first tour in Vietnam. And like I said, it's a straight up Vietnam War story. A lot of it is based on things that were told to me by veterans who were there and saw this stuff. And a lot of it is material that I gathered when I was working on Marvel's Nam that wasn't Comics Code ready. So I couldn't use those story ideas, but it's all here. So it's a balls out war story.
I remember the Nam. With Michael Golden.
Oh,
I was on there for like a year and a half, I think.
Yeah.
Was the writer on that. So and it's got some Butch Geis, Aaron Aflici, Matt Barr, a bunch of great artists on this.
Hell yeah.
And, we got the Critical Drinker doing
oh hell yeah,
Major Troutman like bonus comic.
Yeah, so this has been up for a while, but it's gotten a resurgence thanks to you guys in the chat and your wonderful support. So thank you.
You guys moved the needle. You moved the needle significantly last time I was here.
A, because we've got great people in the chat. B, because you guys are fucking legends, and that helps because you are legit.
I need to
highlight that message.
I just saw that one. I was like, listen. I'm sober now. I still hate women. No, just kidding.
Oh my God.
Wow.
You gotta love the internet. It's a beautiful place.
All the sweet people come out on it.
They do. They're so nice. Please show me on the Enterprise D where my Star Trek opinion hurts you.
Hey.
This looks fantastic, and I can't wait to read it all. I got so excited I bought more Expendables. I had to go on because there's a couple I didn't. There's one cover I didn't have, so I had to go get. I had to go on.
Now, this art is from the main story. This is the 40-page story. The others are like lead-up chapters done by various artists.
Great detail. Is that Affishi?
Yeah. I can't. I mean, he didn't ask me. I included. I include a lot of reference in the scripts, and I always say if you need more, let me know. And he didn't let me know, but boy, he found everything he needed. This is like pinpoint accurate for period weaponry, everything.
Yeah.
Nice.
Even the vegetation is accurate. Like,
that
I
is
really did it.
Incredible. It just looks absolutely incredible. That. Oof.
Outstanding.
Look at those muscles. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
She says this is getting mowed down by bullets. Wow.
Get your
priorities right with X-Ray Girl. Yeah.
Hey.
Look at the build on that dead guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the abs on that guy getting riddled with bullets. Oh. Come on, man.
So there you have it. It fulfills in April. Well, next month. It's
nice.
Oh no way! Really? That's brilliant.
But it'll be on in demand through the summer, which I probably shouldn't say. I probably should say call by midnight tonight.
Yeah,
it's in demand through the summer.
You
might not get like this discount.
Who gets it first? Okay, you want to be one of the cool kids, then you can review it and all kinds of fun stuff.
Well, this.
Hell yeah!
And we still have the Dale Keown cover coming.
Oh.
Even I haven't seen it yet.
Ooh, can't wait to see that. I love his work.
Yeah.
Does John Malin know you're getting a Dale Keown cover?
Let's get some. Hey, we got a $50 super chat from Nate Stir for $50. It's the dwarves that go swimming with the hairy women. I can't wait for Warner Brothers to bury the Rings of Prime. Rings of Prime is burying itself. Thank you. And if Warner Brothers was smart, they just re-release Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings over and over again with different packaging. That's all they need.
Gary, are we going to look at Joe Frankenstein?
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I have it queued.
Now, Joe Frankenstein was a project Chuck and I created back like 2015. It was published by IDW.
Allegedly.
Yeah, yes, true. That is true. They did run it through a printer. We do know that. And they just did not do a very good job of it. And so the rights are ours. So, but we didn't have the print file. So we're having it relettered. And the lettering was another issue with the IDW thing. It was just really terrible looking, I thought. And Carlos Manguel, who's done Bane Conquest for us, and he's done all my books, is such a great letterer, and he's re-lettering the whole thing. And this is bringing it to the Compass Comics banner, and this is part 1. It's going to collect the first 2 issues of Joe Frankenstein, plus it's going to have the prologue, which was only available in the the out of print hardcover. So it'll have the prologue, the first 2 issues, and that's part 1. When this campaign is done, part 2 will launch, and that will all fulfill before the Ghost of Matacumba Key, because you're going to want to read Joe Frankenstein before the Ghost of Matacumba Key. Because as I said, that's the book that connects them. And if you haven't read this first, you're going to miss the really cool shock that comes about. So this is only a 30-day campaign. And I think we got
11 days.
11
left.
days. 11 days left. It's not going in demand, because these files are going out to the printer immediately, because I want to fulfill this no later than the beginning of June. So, you if you want it, you got to get on it now.
This one you got to call by midnight.
This is the one you do got to call by midnight.
Jump on this one.
Yeah,
and an homage to the Universal Monster. It looks freaking awesome. Although that there needs to be pineapple on that pizza.
Yeah, but I needed the garlic.
Okay, that's good.
That's the
gag.
That's the gag. It's the garlic.
Yeah.
Yeah, because nobody gets hot pizza delivered, so you know it's not the heat.
It's true.
Yeah. This is something I had Carlos do. Like when the monster talks, I wanted him to have his own word balloon, so you could tell it was him talking, like Swamp Thing and all that. And IDW just gave him this regular old word balloon. And it's just little things like that gah where she's screaming there, right there. Like it was just like that looks really cool bursting out of the bubble. And when they originally lettered it, it was like little bits of white around it. It just looked terrible. Yeah. These sound like small things, but they're actually large things when you're looking at the immersion factor of reading a book.
Good lettering is so important.
Yep.
Sounds like you've got pride in your product.
Oh, don't be silly.
Like we worry about the quality of our work.
No, we just want this to be picked up by Netflix.
I didn't mean to call you out.
Yeah.
I mean, right down to the lettering. I want that. It drives me nuts if I read a comic and you see that what's called air around the word balloon. Around the letters, like you'll have the balloon almost touching the edges of letters. It's like crunching it in there. Open it up, let some air in there, and make it easy to read. These are all things that go into what I call the immersion of the entertainment. When you read a comic, you don't want to be somewhere else. You don't want to be thinking of your taxes. You don't want to be thinking of some movie you saw or your girlfriend while you're reading it. Those 25 minutes, 30 minutes it takes you to read a comic, you want to be totally engrossed and immersed in that story. It's hard to do, but if you can do that, you're gonna build a fan base that'll love you, because that's what you're paying for. You're there to entertain them, and you want them to be immersed in the story.
It's an immediate experience. Everything must delight in a comic.
Yes. Yeah. And that has been lost. God. Forgotten. It's a lost art form. Unfortunately, that's.
Does Joe Frankenstein kiss Bernard in this?
He does not. He does not. Looks like I'm going to lose your contribution, huh?
Yeah, you'll get an email saying I am backing number so.
Hey, can we play the trailer on this one?
Yes,
this has got a really cool trailer.
It does. It is a great trailer.
If you love Universal Monsters, there we go.
I do. That's awesome.
Oh, not.
That's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
So cool.
That's really good.
Yeah,
I love that more each time I see it.
I do too. I just can't wait to get to the electric scene. You know, I mean, it's like every time I watch this trailer, I'm like, just do the electric scene. That is really cool.
Brilliant.
Nice.
Yeah.
Act now, ladies and gentlemen.
Links
11
in the
days left.
description.
That's it.
No demand. No in demand with that.
No in demand. Correct.
So if you miss out, you miss out. So grab.
Yeah.
That was
you're gonna love the quality of the books too. These are not saddle stitch comics. These are what are called perfect bound books with a spine and a binder. They're a coated cover stock with a spot UV on it. There's no on Joe Frankenstein. There's no stretch goals because everything already comes with it. You're going to get the bookmark, you're going to get the sticker, and you're going to get the paper upgrade. All of that stuff is coming with it because it's such a fast and furious campaign. It's like, okay, I'm just going to give everybody everything right up front and hope it funds well. And so far, so good. So thank you, everybody who's come on board.
Today I'm doing the
Sorry. I was setting something up.
Okay.
Dope.
Uh-oh.
Links in the description box down below, folks. And I think the mods are pumping them out as well. But if
They are.
if you haven't seen one for a bit, links in the description box down below. You can go there as well.
We'll take a look at all that again.
Do you want me to show the next one now?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The Siege of the Citadel.
By Crom.
Again,
how cool
these
is that, Chuck? How cool is that to see your name on a book, big down there like that, on a Conan book?
It's good.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty cool.
It's good. It was a surprisingly, I challenged myself to write about the same length of novel as Howard wrote because he didn't write fantasy by the pound, and then try to, not imitate but get into his head as far as his bravura style of writing.
Right.
And people in the reviews are saying I got it, so I guess I got it.
Nice.
Hell yeah. And this is a book. This is a novel, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen. And
It has words.
It's got the words in it. No pictures. It's just the words.
But not too many words.
Just the right amount of words.
And the right size of words.
No phone book fantasy and no phone book fantasy.
No, I don't do that crap. I don't spend the chapter describing a forest.
Yeah. So how did you get this project, Chuck?
Arkhaven said, Conan, the Howard stuff's going in the public domain. I'm like, oh God, they want me to write Conan comics. You ever thought about writing a Conan novel? And I went, ooh, no, I never had thought of that. And by that afternoon, I had the plot in my head. And I was off to the races. So, a lot of fun, a lot of sex, a lot of violence.
Yeah.
This is Conan as written in the vein of Howard. I mean,
as it should be.
Yeah, because they were like, you can't use anything after Howard. And I'm like, I don't want to use anything after Howard.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is nothing.
It's all crap.
I accept your terms.
Are there plans for more?
I've already written the second one. It's called Caravan of the Damned.
Oh,
but I just bought this now.
And I'm plotting out the third one, which is the Blind God of the Black Sun.
Wow.
That'll follow on the heels of this. So it'll be a trilogy.
Do you have a favorite Howard Conan story?
Jewels of Gwalar. He's on that bridge at the end with that giant ape, and he has to decide: am I going to save the gold or am I going to save the girl? That's a great story.
I don't remember that one.
Oh God, he's on a bridge over a subterranean river, and to get across the bridge, he has to defeat like this giant ape creature, and the girl's hanging off one end of the bridge, and the gold is teetering on the other edge.
Wow.
And he's left in a moral quandary what to do. It's a great story.
Wow. I think my favorite is Rogues in the House.
That's a good one.
Another one with an ape. And he, that's the one, the famous Frazetta cover, where the ape's got red scarlet cloak on.
Yeah.
And Thak is trying to be human, and there's a great sequence where after he finally kills the thing, his buddy goes to help him up, but he goes, "If I can't stand on my own, it is time to die."
Oy, great line.
Yeah. I like that one.
This is wonderful. I didn't know there were so many books.
Yeah.
Love it. Sorry, I'm not a nerd.
Well, Robert E. Howard. There's a lot of books after too, but Robert.
Yeah, make sure it's Robert E. Howard or Chuck Dixon.
And Chuck Dixon.
And Chuck Dixon.
Don't buy any Conan unless it's Howard or Dixon.
Because a lot of these guys, they write like these doorstopper fantasy novels of Conan. It's like, that's not Conan.
No.
It's like
he gets in, he gets out.
It's like it's like a James Bond book.
Yeah,
you know.
They gave Marvel.
Oh my god!
It's a Xerox and a Xerox.
Yeah,
I just dumped a stupid amount of money to get that Taschen Frazetta book. It was so beautiful.
Taschen Books make some good stuff.
God,
they got a new Fantastic Four one now.
I got that one.
That's amazing.
I got
the Spider-Man one's amazing.
I got the Spider-Man one.
I got the Fantastic Four one. It's like, oh my god, this is so great.
The box that comes around it is just the cover printed on. I didn't even want to open it. I'm like, oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
And,
I gotta get that one.
As Chris Gore reminded me, because I was dumb and went out and got the Frazetta book right away. He's like, just wait, they all go on sale like in a month. They're much cheaper. I'm like, damn it. Oh well. So I'm gonna read some soup, and then we gotta talk about Doctor Who real quick. I'm gonna subject you to some cringe, guys, because we always do that to our guests. Mikey Gussler. Mikey Gussler, biggest Snyder Cut fan on the planet, and we love him for it. We love you, Mikey. Big Kiss fan too. Are you going to go see him on their final tour with half Kiss?
Okay. Final tour.
Final tour.
I remember the Rolling Stones farewell tour. It lasted 30 years.
Yeah.
Isn't Elton John still on his farewell tour? It's been like 6 years.
Well, didn't he did. Yeah, he for 6 years did a residency in Las Vegas. Yeah. So Zachary Levi just blamed Snyder fans for the failure of Shazam 2's box office. Said that they refuse to watch anything that isn't theirs. Wait, I thought we were a minority. Now we destroyed Shazam 2 at the box office. LOL. MauLer, you should appear on Stitch and Adam's show when TJ comes on, when they were discussing his perspective on Drinker and Gary. Who's TJ?
Oh, that's Amazing Atheist. I heard that he apparently told Stitch and Adam, like, oh, a really great video debunking Drinker is from Pillar of Garbage. Then all the chat lit up with like, EFAB covered that video. It's fucking terrible. Like it's got a bunch of inaccuracies, blah blah blah. And so I think they're planning to do that at some point. And so maybe I'll jump on as well, because they lack context, to say the least. But
I'll watch it.
That comment though about Zachary Levi blaming, it's like him and David Sandberg, they're both like on Twitter just being like just whining about the film not doing it.
Levi tried to walk it back, saying, no, I love you, bro, I'm just saying you're coming at it with hate. It's like,
I'll tell you where I'm coming at with Shazam. I'm coming at it with apathy. I don't give a shit.
Apathy.
I watched it. I broke it down piece by piece. It is a bad film. It's got a really bad plot line, terrible characters, awful world building. It needs to be forgotten, and it will be. So I'm sorry, because I think David Sandberg said, like, we made a good movie, so it's sad to see these results. It's like,
no, you didn't.
You didn't.
It wasn't as bad as Ant-Man. Oh, okay. I'll give you
all right.
Still bad.
It did 1.6 million on Monday.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I'm gonna finish the chat. We're gonna talk about Apathy, the franchise killer. Okay, because that's where we're at.
Good god!
Reason is that TJ said he would bring up Pillar of Garbage video on Drinker as proof that he's a grifter. That proof that Will's a grifter.
TJ's he's a salty.
Not possible.
Just a salty fucking guy.
Okay, if you're gonna,
how's he a grifter?
If you're gonna prove somebody's a grifter, they would actually they'd have to come out on YouTube and say, "I was a grifter. I was actually left wing when I was leading into this anti-SJW stuff, and it was all bullshit because I was a grifter. Oh, there's 2 YouTubers who've done that. Jarbo and the Amazing Atheist. That's it. They've both gone on publicly and said that they were grifting. That's how you prove somebody's a grifter. I know it's hard for people to wrap their head around, okay, but even Chuck, even Graham, MauLer, X-Ray Girl, she's learning, but like we care about this shit. We actually care. If people don't understand that we care, it's not my fucking problem.
Yeah,
well, you can tell when someone cares. I mean, I watch all of Critical Drinkers videos. It's like this guy gets it and he means it. When he sounds pissed off, he's pissed off.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
I think he breaks down stuff in an incredible way. Just very succinct. His humor, everything, it all comes together, and the points that he makes are absolutely
best in the world.
They're instructional. I mean, I've been writing for 40 years, and he still says stuff that I go, "Holy shit, yeah, he's right." You know.
No, he is succinct. He can do stuff. He can do stuff in 10, 12 minutes that no other YouTuber can do.
No,
he is.
Yeah, and you're not going to make any headway trying to convince everybody he's lying to all of us. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Sorry. Like, you got to try something else. Try a different tactic, because that's never going to work.
And all this is, we all know what it is, MauLer, is they just want it. They want to ride his coattails.
Exactly.
They want
to be him.
Exactly. Yeah. It's jealousy. They see what he's doing. They've had a little taste in the past. They want it back. And instead of creating something where they're discussing why, you know, the way that you actually challenge somebody like Drinker is you literally create a video on why it's great, why whatever he's talking about is great, and you bullet point it and you make it succinct. But these people don't. They just bite at the ankles. Drinker, you know, I'll tell you this because knowing him, I know him. He don't give a fuck.
No,
he doesn't give a shit about these people biting. This guy's writing fucking books. He's a published author. He's been approached obviously to do the Stallone Rambo comic.
Short film's coming along.
He's got his short film coming along,
and
which he's working on.
That we won't
this guy's got shit on. You think he's worried about some fucking ponce who used to have a little bit of internet notoriety, who threw it all away because they're actually just a grifting liar, and now they want it back, and now so the way you do it is you attach yourself to the coattails of the latest great guy on YouTube, and Drinker is killing it right now, killing it. So yeah, good luck. Have a nice day. He don't give a fuck about you.
No.
Yeah, the video they're talking about, it says Drinker lied to you all about Glass Onion, and I find it so funny because I was like, no fucking way, no fucking way.
Drinker secretly loved the movie. That's what you're saying. He just absolutely loved it. Thought it was a masterpiece. Made a video.
I've got the text to prove it.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, dude. You need to buy the Steelbook when it comes out. It's so good.
It's so good and powerful. Never got that message. So weird.
No.
Okay. Question for MauLer. Gary, what are the funniest arguments you have heard against the Lord of the Rings films? The oldest and best.
I'm going to outclass all of you with this one. Like,
okay, you go.
This is what I've told you about before, but it's that guy we covered who said that he felt Gimli was out of character in Return of the King because he was so motivated to see harm come to the hobbits. Like, basically, he was like, why does Gimli want Sam and Frodo dead?
That's retarded. Mine is,
every person you explain this to is like, huh?
My favorite one is, if Eowyn came out today, people would say she's an intersectional feminist and all that bullshit. Like, it's like, you fucking retards. Tolkien wrote that in the fucking 50s.
Yeah,
he wrote that scene in the 50s. You dumb shits. So that's
and it just makes it just. I remember watching it for the first time.
You guys would just complain.
And when he says to her, "No man can kill me," and then she just goes, "Not a man." And I was like, it's like, it's great, right in your head. Yeah, it's a great line. It's great, So
written 70 some odd years ago, but they try to use that as an own.
Well, and the thing they conveniently disregard is that Tolkien was a Christian, and that his books have those metaphors and story bases going through them.
Catholic, they're heavily allegorical.
Yeah.
Right.
Catholic values are sewn into the story.
That's exactly right.
He
Catholic
doesn't
values.
come out and outright say there is a God. Well, he does in the Silmarillion. There's a one God, but it's a world with one God, with one God, and
and where evil and
angels,
good exists, and they have to rise up to defeat it. It's wonderful.
My favorite ones are it's too long. Oh yeah, it's not long enough. Mikey.
Yeah, it needs to be longer.
I want
10
the
hours
other
longer.
footage. The films just involve walking and talking. That's Kevin Smith regurgitating his stupid, retarded stoner shit. And worst acting of all time. What?
Wow.
Okay, Mikey, that is I have not heard that.
What?
It's
The
acting.
walking and talking bit I've heard, and that just made me laugh.
Yeah. No,
I can't watch them now. I have to watch the extended. I
Yeah.
can't watch the regular cinematic cut. No, I have to have the 3.5 hour, 4 hour versions. Otherwise, I'm not even trying.
Dude, I watch them 3 times a year.
Wow.
For
Do you guys
20
remember
years.
on the was it the Two Towers of Fellowship discussion when we found out that Drinker hadn't even seen the extended?
It was the Fellowship.
First one.
It was Fellowship. He's all,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never watched them.
We were just like, oh my god,
Drinker.
What could you do this to us?
Now, I feel like all the things that we heard are things that we can say about Rings of Power.
Yeah. It's not
Walking and talking.
It's
terrible
too long.
acting.
Walking and talking and bad acting.
I saw an article today that says Rings of Power now makes Elrond responsible for the fall of Moria. And I was going to get mad. And I'm all, no, the show actually does make him responsible for the fall of Moria. Fuck the show. Oh. God. You guys didn't watch it.
They want to ruin everything, don't they?
They do. No, they
just wanna
send
ruin
out
everything.
everything, I don't know what the term is, but every through line of the story goes through a girl boss of some kind. There's even the king is subservient. Gilgalad is subservient at some point. It's fucking retarded. It's so bad.
They love this stuff growing up, and now they've got power, and they want to morph it into what they think it should be, instead of creating something new, doing the heavy lifting and creating something new along the lines of what they believe or what they want. They just want to ruin it because it doesn't fit their current narrative. And that's the frustrating thing. They're unwilling to do the heavy lifting and create something of their own and stand behind that and say, this is a great story, and this is why, because it's all transgender, LBQT, blah, blah, blah. Love it.
But did they love it growing up? That's my question. I mean, I just read, Graham, you got to read this book. It's John Carter and the Gods of Hollywood.
Oh, I saw you posted that. Yeah.
It's a story. I'm going to do a video on it in a couple of weeks, but it's a story about, why that movie was so effed up from beginning to end. And one of the things that absolutely stunned me is that Andrew Stanton, his inspiration, his first exposure to John Carter Mars was the 70s Marvel comics.
Oh,
really?
And he could never get away from that initial impression of the characters. And it's like when you read him talking about the characters, it's like you don't get this at all.
Wow.
You're getting this from this regurgitated, cardboard crap that Marvel
watered down versions.
Oh yeah, I mean he had days. Oh, she's always a hostage and everything else. Not in the novels.
Nope.
And this and that. And I'm like, man, you maybe you read the novels, but in your brain you're still going back to 14 years old looking at those comics.
Bob Iger undercut that movie for Star Wars anyway, purposefully undercut that movie. They just
everybody undercut everything. I mean, they hired somebody that never marketed a movie before to market it. I mean, they did everything wrong. The book. It's a it's a nonfiction book, but it reads like a horror story. If you're a fan of John Carter.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. It's talking about how if you're exposed to the watered down versions, you don't understand where the author came from. I hated Tarzan growing up because all I ever saw were those stupid MGM movies where he was a big dummy. Wearing the loincloth up to his chest, and then I saw the Joe Kubert comics and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this guy, his character's pretty smart. This is kind of cool. And then it was the Joe Kubert comics that led me to the Burroughs books. And I started reading that and I was like, my mind went like, holy shit. This Tarzan is badass.
Yeah. Great character.
Oh my God! In Beast of Tarzan, where he takes that guy he's been causing harm to him and Jane for like 2 books now, and he grabs him, and Jane pleads for the guy's life, and he says no, his perfidy will end now, and he grabs him by his head and goes and twists his head off, and then he puts his foot on him and does his roar, and Jane is sitting there like. He will not return to harm us again. And he goes, just twists his head off. Just complete animal. It's so freaking great.
Hell yeah, that will be so toxic today. We just that.
It could have at least reported him to the authorities.
Yeah. So, I'm going to Trucker Rob for $50. And thanks again, Mikey Gussler. Love you, Mikey. Hello, all. Started my own channel on Rumble. Oh, good. The Verdant Mint. It's called the Verdant Mint. This is our good friend Trucker Rob, who I think you stream or do your videos from your truck, which is awesome. No pop culture, only precious metals and shiny things. Things we're all going to have to invest because our money is worthless now. Sure. If I can get to 25 followers, I'm going to melt stuff on stream as long as it ain't cracked.
All right.
No coins for sale, though. No financial advice. Only good vibes. All right. Hail Trucker Rob. Thanks for the support, Trucker Rob. Oh my God, my brain is just dying right now. I'm gonna say something and I just completely forgot it. Hey, we got to see something cringe. Let's see something. Oh yeah, this is bad. So people, you guys might not care, but
what do you mean?
I like Doctor Who, and it might be making a comeback, or maybe not. Maybe not. Now, when I saw this little teaser for Doomsday, I knew it was for this audio adventure that's written by, I believe, exclusively trans people. Exclusively trans people. I could be wrong about that. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. It's either some or all. Not really sure.
I think that's inclusively trans people.
Yeah, there you go. And Chuck, the BBC spared no expense.
Inclusively exclusive.
Yeah, because there's no better way to include people than excluding them.
Okay, you guys ready for this?
What?
I wonder if we're gonna get dinged for this. God, I'd hate to be.
Is this actually a clip from a Doctor Who episode?
Yeah, it's a promo for a multi-platform story. They've been doing these for a little while, but they tried to push these during the pandemic, where it's an audio adventure, it's a comic book, it's a novel, and webisode or some crap like that. I'm never gonna watch it.
And nobody buys them.
And
before you even hit play, could everyone just automatically tell? It's like, whoa. How cheap is this?
That background looks like it's from Kukla, Fran, and Ollie.
Oh my God, that's right. It's like little Billy Batson in the 70s Shazam talking to the cardboard wizards. Dude, he was in Shazam. He was in it.
Wow.
He looked. They had him in his little Billy Batson suit and with the haircut, but he just looked 75 years old. And then I felt 75 years old.
Who was it? Who was in it?
The kid who plays Billy Batson in the Shazam TV show from the 70s.
Billy Gray. Bill Gray.
Yeah,
Billy Gray.
He's in the movie.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That was the only
Still
part.
not a reason to see it.
Yeah. No, it's not. No. It is arduous to get through. It is bad.
So he's in the second one.
He's in the second one.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. Y'all ready?
Hi, I'm Doom. Blame my mother. I'm the universe's greatest assassin. And
Does anybody believe that?
It's for kids. Oh, an assassin. It's for kids. Gotcha. It's the soy assassin.
Oh my.
She looks like a fucking librarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like the Wicked Witch of the West librarian.
Or whatever. I don't know what it is.
She's a dowager without the age.
She looks like
Is she wearing a monocle?
she looks like the girl from Last of Us.
Oh no.
Bella Ramsey.
This is the last person you want to see showing up at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
Right?
There's gonna be an argument.
There's
Oh,
Uncle David, is this you?
Somebody's gonna try to put NPR on the radio during Thanksgiving. Yeah. This is
Things
it.
change.
That is a face that listens to NPR right there.
Yes. And
The
nods.
voice, too. If you close your eyes, it sounds like an NPR voice.
In one day, I'm going to die.
Good.
I knew you would say that. Ash.
What is that thing around her neck? Oh my god.
I don't know.
Looks like a vagina.
What are all of the choices here?
Yes.
And those glasses really make sense.
I think
It's a monocle, but not really. But
No, yeah,
kind
it's
of.
like they cut off the one lens on her left side, and then it's attached to her cheek, like through some surgical process.
It looks like sci-fi,
Like,
right?
who wants that?
Right?
So they're always on
sci-fi.
her. Oh my god.
You're right. I forgot where we were. I thought we were in Walden Pond or something here.
right.
Someone said death. Literal death after me. I can only outrun it for 24 hours. So, the clock's ticking. My vortex manipulator sends me a new target every hour. The Lesser Order of Oberon sends me a lot to choose from, and I'm picking the missions that'll maybe bring me to the Doctor. 24 hours. All of time and space. Will I find the Doctor? Ancient enemies? Old friends? Or maybe I'll go out in flames.
I hope so.
I'm voting for 3.
I'm voting for the flame.
A lot of flames. Well, it'll be better than what's coming for me. If you see the Doctor, tell them I'm on my...
If you see the Doctor, tell them I'm on my way.
Oh God.
Tell them. Tell them.
Well, in the UK, that is a proper use of them. That's fine.
Okay.
Because in the UK, if you use them, it's not like in a they them sense. Them, it's an informal because they don't. If you don't know it, so I could say somebody could say to me, "Where's Gary?" and I could say, "He's over there," or I could say, "They're over there." I'm not calling Gary a they them. It's fine to use they in that context. It's
Yeah, but under dramatizes the line.
Oh well, I mean, it's the BBC now. You never fucking know, but I mean that is proper, proper grammatical use. If you're informal and you don't know somebody, you tend to.
Where did you British learn English anyway?
Yeah,
in England. Got him.
Okay, that's terrible.
Greatest assassin, guys.
Greatest assassin. She looks like she couldn't find the fucking cucumbers in a supermarket.
She couldn't even find the camera because she kept turning.
Yeah, you'd fail a local news audition with that.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's a
god.
talent.
That was death stalking her, Graham. Couldn't you tell?
Oh, okay.
Feels like they told her to film that in her room with a green screen and a little phone or something.
Are you going to play the other one, Gary?
Yeah, it's already queued up.
Oh, good boy. Good boy.
Good Doctor Who fans have a response.
Yeah.
Same thing. This is
same budget. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your girl Doom, back again with another banger of a video. Today I'm doing the 24-hour challenge of making you disinterested in any Doctor Who multimedia projects. Remember, neither do I. Let's try again. Do you like this screen? I mean, this really cool set. I mean, this alien planet, by the way. It cost us 30p. I mean, 30 million pounds. Me, I'm the world's greatest assassin of all time. I once killed several ants under my fucking heel. That's how you know I'm the world's greatest assassin. That even the Assassin's Creed didn't want me to join. River Song, more like River Pogs of shit, because she hasn't killed no one. Went to kill the Doctor, married the Doctor instead. Amateur, I would have slit his throat. Now here's what you're going to do. You're going to buy my comments, you're going to buy my audio, you're going to watch this weird little Twitter video that I posted, and then, at the very end, you're going to go bankrupt. Don't forget to use the hashtag 4toDoomsday. Get it? It's a pun. It's not a funny one, but it'll make you go, oh, I get it. Do you like my outfit, by the way?
Make you go, oh, I get it.
BBC Warehouse. Why? Because I've gone truly insane. Someone said help. They have locked me in this green screen studio. I want to be out.
That was way better. Oh my god.
Love that it cost us 30p.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're building up to like this big, the 60th anniversary, and like they're teasing that all day, and everybody was like, "What the fuck was that?" As change comes, I know, dude. It's like we're gonna see some really, really bad stuff. I mean, Gotham Knights.
Oh my god.
Nice,
I
dude.
think it's on tonight.
It is.
Yep.
I think so.
Oh, the Mandalorian come out today? A new one? Or is that
tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Oh, it's Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. So it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
And Star Trek comes out on Thursday.
Wait, so are you gonna watch the whole season, Gary, for Mando?
Yeah. I mean, because it's my job.
That's risky for your health. Just saying.
It is. But I
That's
find
why
that
you're ill now.
if I'm gonna cover and review pop culture, I need to actually watch it. It's a rule.
It's the drawback of the job. You actually have to see this.
Why do you think I'm streaming video games more now? My brain is just like
I wish if I could just fuck off and write a comic or draw one, but I'm not talented. So like I have to.
That shouldn't stop you in this business.
You can
Gary, there's a whole industry ready for you.
I can transition and work for Marvel and take a massive pay cut. Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good. I too can live in with 9 trans roommates and 9 trans cats sharing a cup of soup.
Hey dude, there's a great extortion that you can do. What you do is you just say, I can't feed myself. Then you start a monthly GoFundMe where people have to put their names down so you can name and shame the people in the comic industry that don't give you money because you are a minority. Okay. You can give your IP away to the Sci-Fi Channel for free in an effort to get exposure to Hollywood, and it become the lowest rated show that the Sci-Fi Channel has ever had, and put to 11 o'clock at night instead of the hour that it was given.
I don't think they finished it.
You could write a comic, Gary. You could write a comic where you don't even finish the 6-issue fucking miniseries, and then you just release a trade paperback within it later.
Talking about Max.
You can have no. Okay, I can go on for fucking hours here.
Tweeted out one night that I'm getting so many contracts offers these days, and then like a week later, there's a GoFundMe. I need to pay my rent and feed my cat. But everything is great in the mainstream American comic book industry. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong.
Sales are huge. Minus manga.
Yeah, right.
Massive
Manga and Dogman and Captain Underpants. If you're going to count those as comic books, yes, the sales are fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Uncle Pickle for $50. It's great having both guys here. The legends. One of my favorite creative teams alongside Wolfman Perez and Claremont and Byrne. That's all great company right there.
Good company to be in, that's for sure.
That's great. Thank you.
O'Neill, Adams, Dixon, Nolan. There you go. There's a couple of storming.
There you go.
I've told Graham this many times. I'm a massive sycophant. But I told Graham many times, Dixon Nolan, dream team, my dream team.
Wow.
Thank you.
Oh, we've been living off that. We can't get away from each other.
I know.
We tried, believe us, we tried.
married with children.
Duke Devil has donated 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100.
Wow.
You'll be able to watch me. I'm gonna follow through on a couple more Hogwarts, but I'm gonna go into The Witcher, and I gotta get to Conan.
Come over to Conan.
I gotta get to Conan, and then Diablo comes out, man. So, Diablo looks pretty good, dude. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't like Diablo 3 very much, but Enoch Maman in 6 parts for $75. Hail Enoch Maman, part 1. See if my voice can last through this one.
Do you want me to read that then?
I got it for now. I'm good. I have some water. I'm hydrated. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it, though. No, I think people like to hear me stumble through super chats instead of you reading them properly in your nice girl voice. I just wanted to say welcome back to both Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan. I already gushed all over Chuck Dixon last time. Easy now. I was here.
Did you buy him flowers?
Yeah. Lunch? Something?
Chocolate? Something. Take him out for a nice meal.
Yeah.
Those things will never come out.
He's not cheap. Come on.
No.
Dude.
Not like me or as. So your turn, Graham. I'm a child of the 90s, so your Batman is my Batman. I know you hated it, but the As-Bat is perfection. I was obsessed with that costume as a child and drew it the best. Both you and Chuck will have my eternal gratitude for Bane, my favorite comic, not just Batman, villain of all time. I will support you despite your hatred of Lord of the Rings extended cuts. That's all right. We just won't bring up that conversation, will we?
I already did earlier.
My hatred of the Lord of the Rings extended cuts?
Yeah.
No, I only disliked the last one. The endings, the extended
That's
cut.
still
endings.
a bad take, but we love you.
We'll forgive you. We will forgive you.
The 45-minute ending.
As Enoch Maman says, we're all allowed one bad take. Yeah, I have some horrible takes. I mean, people don't like my pineapple on pizza take. I give a fuck, but
I'm one of them.
There you go.
Yeah, that's blasphemy.
Oh no, Chuck.
O'Neil Adams it is.
Okay.
We've been dropped down the list, Chuck.
Enoch Maman continues. We're all allowed one bad take, even one as retarded as that. Speaking of retards, by Victoria Alonso, may you find the happiness that destroying the MCU didn't bring you. Just kidding. You'll never be happy with that God-shaped black hole in your heart. I hope you scissor a wood chipper in Minecraft.
Oh my god.
Or in Conan, you grooming commie cunt. Back to Chuck.
These are very friendly messages.
I'm glad I didn't read that.
I maybe you should have read it.
That would have been the best.
Just slowly get quiet. See you next Tuesday.
Her eyes are scanning ahead, but her mouth is a little behind.
By the way, YouTube, I identify as British when I say that. So I meant to ask you the last time, but couldn't. I'm probably the only one who's read this, but I'm obsessed with the DC/Dark Horse Alien Predator crossovers. They're awesome. You're not the only one who read those. Chuck talked about them last time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Those are freaking
not quite as good as the Paul W.S. Anderson films, right? But you know.
There's more. The Batman versus Predator trilogy is my personal favorite. It's awesome. Part 1 is my favorite of those, but your part 3 is my favorite premise. A father and son Predator duo hunting Batman and Robin. The part where the Predators killed Mr. Freeze's gang without seeing him. Absolutely chilling. What was it like to write Batman taking on such an iconic villain like the Predator? Third time or not, I hope it was awesome as it was to read it.
Was it Gulacy that drew that?
No, it was Rodolfo. Mine was Rodolfo DiMaggio and Robert Campanella, because that's who when it's how I convinced Rodolfo to take on Green Arrow. I said, we're going to do Green Arrow for a year, and even if I have to kill myself, we're going to do Batman Predator 3 together. And so that was his last DC project.
He just killed Oliver Queen instead.
Yeah. And then Rodolfo went to Hollywood and became famous production artist. But that was a lot of finagling behind the scenes because DC didn't want to do it because it involves lawyers and all that crap.
Yeah.
But I sort of had something happened that Graham's aware of, and I had them over a barrel, and they had to promise me a lot of crazy stuff.
Ooh.
So, and you always take advantage of that moment.
Yes.
In writing.
I still have the pictures.
Oh, why?
I did the JLA Predator book, and that one almost drove me out of the business.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I had to do. It was like one of those classic Justice League stories where you had the doppelgangers, you know. So but this time they were going to be Predator doppelgangers. So you needed your Superman Predator, your Batman Predator, all that kind of stuff. So I had to design Predator outfits that would remind readers that this is the Superman one, this is the Batman one, and you know, use like symbols on their chest using their petroglyphs or whatever, you know, so that it's kind of reminded you of Superman. So I designed all this stuff. I sent it to Dan Raspler, the editor, and he goes, "Okay, go ahead." 36 pages later, I get a call from him saying he never ran it through Dark Horse.
Whoa!
And Dark Horse doesn't want to do that. They want the Predators in their regular costumes.
Whoa.
So now all of that time and design went out the window, and I had to go back on 36 pages and redraw every one of the Predators. And, you know, I didn't have like a maquette or anything like that. So some of the angles I chose were because of the costumes I designed for them. And it was now I've got to figure out how that, oh my gosh, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. It's not my finest hour. When I look at that book, I'm like, oh boy, this looks rough.
Well, on mine, Dark Horse had all these notes, and they were all about Batman stuff, not about Predator stuff.
Huh.
And one was where Mr. Freeze freezes the Batmobile's tires, so they shatter, and that's how he gets away. And Dark Horse was questioning the science of that. You know, wouldn't Batman have like a preventative of that happening? It's like, what would that be? Everything freezes. What would that be? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah.
That's like Speed Racer's tires, you know, when they'd go flat, the new ones would come out.
Yep.
But what are you going to do when the tires shatter into a million pieces?
Yeah, right. Not too much.
Yeah.
That's interesting that they're giving you notes on Batman. It's like, shut up.
Well, they Scott Peterson was my editor, and they said, does Chuck need the Predator Bible? And Scott said, Chuck could write the Predator Bible.
Yeah. Oh, come on, guys. Dark Horse. I have respect for Dark Horse too. I thought they were a good publisher. Who they sold to? Who bought Dark Horse? Was it Embracer? Who bought Dark Horse?
That's right. They did get sold, didn't they?
Did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's very sad.
I think you might be right with Embracer.
Just like a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah. 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Embracer Group. That sucks. I as a comic shop owner, I thought they were like really lean and mean. I thought they were a really good publisher. They didn't like overdo anything. They were pretty cool to the.
You don't want anything with the word group taking over anything. That's not a good sign.
Yep.
Yeah. We almost Dark Horse almost published Joe Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
We sent it to him. We were going to go to contract on it, and the editor calls us, and after they had their meeting, and tells us that they've decided to pass on it because what's his name? The guy who does Hellboy. Mike
Mignola.
Yeah, had some type of Frankenstein book or series that they were committed to that they were going to do.
Yep.
And so, you know, he was their golden boy there. So, you know, that was it. And so we ended up going to.
When did Joe Frankenstein originally come out for IDW? What
2015.
Okay, so that was after I was gone. After I was out.
Were you out? You mean you worked there?
No, I that's when I sold my comic shop in 2013.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I was working for Tesla, working for Elon.
Cool.
It was interesting. I like this job better.
Oh, well, yeah. It's a lot more fun.
Rules. I fell into this one. It's pretty damn fucking cool.
It is cool.
But yeah, it's but Tesla for a corporation, best corporation I've ever worked for.
Wow.
Without a doubt. Free health, free vision, free dental. You got free lunches. They did fun stuff. And you had tons of opportunity to work and make more money, which I always like. It's like, hey, you want to work overnight and make triple pay? It's like, fuck yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Triple
pay. Well, we had to do a lot of crazy shit. So a quick story. Model 3s needed to be out by June, I think it was 16 or 17. But by the end of the quarter, they had to be done. And we were way behind. So that crazy motherfucker builds an assembly line in the parking lot of the assembly factory. Brings all the machine there, gets giant tents, and builds another assembly line. And like gets us all down there. Like, we don't assemble cars. He's like, I don't care. Get your ass down there. We'll show you. And the Model 3s got out in time. I wouldn't buy one, but they got out in time because Elon's crazy.
Wow.
Like, he'll pay you. Like he'll give you, he'll give you the opportunity to work for a lot more money. Not many corporations will do that.
That's pretty neat.
That is neat.
Vector Visual. Oh, the great Vector Visual. Hey, could you pull up our FNT poster?
Sure.
Show off Vector Visual's art. He's pretty good. This guy's good. In 2 parts for $30. Says quite a lineup on the Real BBC today. I'm a big admirer of Dixon and Nolan. Bronze Age warriors. You're killing it. Hail. One of these days, I'll send you a super chat without screwing something up. Meant to say Iron Age champions. Next, I'll invest in a proofreader. Don't worry. You never have to apologize to me for typos. Just ask anybody who's ever communicated with me, ever. It's okay. But Vector Visual, thank you. He does our posters for FNT. He's a very talented artist.
Nice.
There he is. So that's our FNT meetup poster. And it's
that's sharp.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really good.
So good.
So that is our Ocean's 11. I'm a big fan of both movies. I like the OG a little more than the later one, but I like the later one too. I think it's really good. But I'm a fan of the OG. So yes, April 26th. That is a month and 5 days away. Our meetup in Las Vegas. It's free.
So close.
It's free. I pay for the first 2 rounds of drinks and tacos at the Millennium Fandom Bar. And so thank you. It's just thank you for like this awesome job we have. I think it's the least we can do is throw our fellow members of the audience a little party. Have a good time.
By the way, I saw this for the first time ever.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
That is fantastic, man. I loved it.
Vector Visual rules. The guy's so good.
That's cool.
I love the thing in the sky too.
Yeah, Babyface. Yeah,
I'm with you, Graham. I didn't like the costume. I like the story.
I loved the costume.
Huge fan of the costume. I think I appreciate it more now. But back when it came out, I'm like, no.
Yeah, this is the Asbats costume, right?
The Asbats.
We even got the red version as well.
Well, there was a bunch of different versions that we went through.
It kept evolving.
Yeah, it kept evolving. But this basic one here with those, look at the things on the legs. I mean, come on. I mean, when I first saw the turnaround designs that Casada did, I just wanted to punch him in the mouth.
Yeah, because he was never got to draw it again.
He never had to draw it again. So he sticks all these doodads and shit on here that it's like, this doesn't make sense. I mean, it may look cool as a silhouette or something. Yeah, what you're circling right there. How do you look to either side, for danger coming with those things sticking?
See, that's a Braveheart's costume too. She's got weird little things on her back. Can't see past her shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never had Jean-Paul Valley down as a very practical person, though.
No, he was nuts.
No.
It was crazy. Yeah.
And he was not a designer. So let's face it.
That's true. That's true. But damn,
didn't he get was he getting Harold to design the costume? Or was he doing he was doing the designs and then passing it through to Harold, wasn't he?
Yeah, the tech stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Like the thing that would shoot the
the shuriken, the bat shuriken. Yeah. But I thought it was a cool visual because it highlighted everything wrong with the character.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say wrong with the character, I mean the character Jean-Paul Valley, not poorly written, very well written, but this is everything that's wrong with Batman. Boom.
Right.
It's impractical. It's heavy. It's too violent. It doesn't allow for
too many sharp things.
Yeah. It was, you know, this is what you wanted. That was the representation you wanted.
Representation.
You wanted to go from this sleek martial artist who needed to move, needed to be agile, quick, to this bulky, heavy, essentially Azrael costume, because that's what he was. That's when it burnt, and there you go. When it burnt all off, he was essentially Azrael again. It was the red and gold from the original
I kind of like
Sword of
that
Azrael.
color scheme. I think that looks cool. That red and gold one.
But looking back with hindsight, it's kind of an unintentional parody of '90s comics. His costume,
yes,
it's got everything.
Yeah.
It's got the little pouches, details, and everything else.
Guys,
it's like we were making fun of everybody else.
Those reprints I told you about last time you were on. So you remember Dave Hawksworth? Dave from you might have never met Dave. Dave was the sweetest guy. He was the outside sales rep for Diamond Comics. So Diamond Comics, we were a storefront, so they were the one distributor. So Dave would roll by once in a while, and he would do it under the guise of, "Oh, you want to ask me questions? I can solve some problems for you." But what he really wanted to do was push Diamond shit on you. So he always got his books and stuff like that. But I remember when he brought the paperback Nightfall, all those reprints. He's like, "You gotta buy these. You got it because they were a good price point." I'm like, "All right." So I bought a shitload of them. They sold out in a week.
Wow.
And I reordered, sold out in a week. And like until I sold the store, those fuckers sold out in a week. They were outselling Watchmen at one point in my store. Which I mean, like, I love the story, but I'm like, but people are really liking this still. Like, that's great. Because it was at the right price. The coloring was the OG from mostly the OG from the original. Like, they didn't really fuck it up or anything. They just reprinted it. And by the way, went to a Barnes and Noble, saw those reprints in there last week. Still selling. By the way, Dave Hawksworth, sweet man, died in 2018. May he rest in peace. One of my only favorite person from Diamond. maybe my rep, but Dave was a good man. I'll never forget that. It's like I liked it. I was really utterly shocked how well that book sold in my store consistently. Maybe it was just the right place. I don't know how it was for other comics.
Well, it still sells today.
Yeah.
I mean,
they still reprint it.
Great story.
That thing has been reprinted in so many different editions and formats. And the one you're talking about, the good price point, was probably the one that was printed on the actual newsprint.
It was pulp. Yeah, it was pulp.
Yeah.
Well, Denny O'Neil told me when he retired that they told him that Nightfall was the last DC project that was profitable from a publishing standpoint alone.
Wow.
And everything after that was a loss leader. So.
Well, the comic
Even Hush?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That shocks me.
Just because Nightfall had legs, like you're saying, it was in so many different editions.
Yeah.
Represented so many times.
Plus, we didn't get paid what Jim Lee got paid to do Hush, and what what's his name? Who's the writer on that? Was it
Jeff
Johns?
Loeb.
Jeff Loeb.
Yeah. We didn't get those rates either, so there was a higher price cost to
higher advance.
Yeah.
Nightfall. It's one of the greats. I love going back through that. It's just such a great story. Perfect analogy, really. You want a violent Batman? You want a Batman that kills? This is what you want. Here you go. This is what it'll be. We don't want this. We don't want this guy. Well, sometimes you just could be careful what you have. But then you get Bruce back at his best, tricking Lady Shiva and all that kind of stuff. Was it the tiger palm?
The leopard blow.
The leopard blow. That was it. That was the one. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Let's see that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh.
Probably the most
that is
famous
sexy.
panel I ever drew.
Well, that's the first panel straight after Batman's had his back broken at the end of 666, was it?
Yeah.
So that's
664.
664.
Yeah, that's what this issue is. 664.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of my favorite shots.
Beautiful.
That was just so good. And then he just throws him off. And you got then you have that great bit where everyone's just like, oh my God. You see everyone just like shocked. and then the ambulance crew take him away, and then the ambulance crew arrive. They say, "Where is he? Wait, you just took him away." And it goes to the ambulance, and it's Jean-Paul and it's Alfred in the ambulance, and they've got Bruce and have taken him away, and they take him back to the manor. But that's that was just so I literally just got shivers down my spine because following the Jim Aparo, because Jim Aparo did the art for the breaking of the bat, and then because like I said, Dixon Nolan Dream Team, I knew that it was going to lead into Detective Comics. So I was like, how are you gonna top that? Because you had the great moment in 663 then, where it ends with Bane at the top of the stairs, waiting in Wayne Manor. So you have that iconic images, Bane just pointing at Bruce, and of course that's reversed for Jean-Paul later on, and you got to do the same reverse on that shot, which was great. But then going to 664, and it just like how do you start that off? You just broken his back out and just got that image. Because that's what comics are about. You got to grab them on the very first page, and you've got this like explosive storyline, and you've ended like a segment of it with Batman having his back broken, and then you open up the front page of that, and I was just like, just blew me away.
How did Bane get him
holding
there,
him over the head?
Bane took out Batman at Wayne Manor in the issue before, right?
Took him in the Batcave.
Then he's in the middle of Gotham holding him up over his head. It's like, what did he throw Batman into a car, drive him, take the elevator up on that building to go up to the roof, and then, hey, everybody.
That was editorially driven. That's how they wanted the issue to open. And that's really all they knew about the issue. And then it was up to me. It was like, well, what's the rest of this issue about? And I called my sister-in-law, who was an ICU nurse. I explained Batman's injury to her. And she said, well, the next hour is key in treating someone with an injury like that. And that's what the issue was about.
I remember, Chuck, I remember reading the fucking letter page based on that issue. And I believe it has been a 30 plus years, but I believe that there was a letter there from people who worked in the medical profession, paramedics specifically, who were just like, oh, it was so good that you put his head between the board and you taped it to keep his like spine separate, stop him from jarring. And there's like just these ton of praise from actual EMTs, just on how you actually did that segment. And
well, that's all down to my sister-in-law. She told me, that injection they would have to give him within the first hour of the injury and all that stuff.
Hilarious, by the way.
Some of the stuff that was on him when he was there, I got out of a book. It was a photo, like a photo journal of life in a emergency room. I still have it too. I still have that book.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Photographs of people in the emergency room, gunshot wounds and stuff, and so that's where I got all the reference for all that, the doodads.
Was that something you picked up for this, or was that something you picked up thinking you might need to use it someday?
I can't remember whether I ordered it for that or if I had it on hand already. I may have ordered it for it, or I don't know. You couldn't order stuff like that. It was the kind of thing where you reference came and you sort of got it when you needed it. Unless there was something you knew you need, like a book on modern cars, because you're always going to be drawing cars. That's the kind of stuff you grab for your library. And now with the internet, I mean,
well, on 0 Hour, on Detective Zero, you drew the cord, and that was just beautiful.
Yeah. That's the one I had reference for, because I bought it as a student, because I was drawing Doc Savage comics and the Prowler at Eclipse. So I was drawing 30s and 40s cars. So I had this big book of classic cars. So I had that one at the ready.
It looked absolutely gorgeous there. It was just so good.
Yeah, that's funny.
But that's a really well written, again, Chuck, that's a beautifully written story, because it's, Batman gotta be Batman and Batman be Batman, and then Batman realized, wait a minute, my fucking parents are at home.
All right.
I'm trying to solve this bloody mystery, and they're there because of what's going on, and and then you got that great tragic ending. You know, by time is just like, I gotta go back. I'm gonna see them. You know, I'm gonna see my mom. I'm gonna see my dad. And then he just he's literally leaping over the fences with a smile on his face. He's just like, and then he leaps over the fence and he's back to the disheveled Wayne Manor that Jean-Paul had left. And it was just like,
yeah, I love that issue.
Just crushing, man. Just heartbreaking, man.
It's really cool to hear the effort and investment in
that's so good, wasn't it?
Though.
What was that, MauLer?
Really cool to hear the investment and passion for references. Even like, you know, going to the point of being like, I'll contact a family member for info. When what's the quote from She-Hulk where they were saying like, we don't know anything about law. Fuck it. Like, we'll do it anyway.
Yeah.
We don't know anything about law, so we skimped on like the courtroom scenes.
I love the idea that you have an investment in it for the artwork, but also just for the knowledge of how this stuff even works. I wish there was more of that these days.
Even if your audience doesn't know you did the research adds something to it. I mean, if you bring reality and real, I was always about figuring out the logistics of this stuff.
Yeah,
so it work logically. And even if the audience doesn't realize you did it, they get it. Mm-hmm. It's like, this feels more real.
That was the beauty of watching when you had the 30th anniversary of Bane stream between you and Graham a couple of months back, and I was in there and I was watching, and I told Graham, I said I just couldn't believe, I was just so sort of hooked on the way that you laid everything out. You know, it's gonna be this, we've got to do this. Now passing it over to Graham. Get the costume for Bane, and it's just the way that everything was so meticulously planned, and then Graham did the costume, and it's like, you know, pretty much there from the start. And then there was just a little tweak hither and there, I think, just with the mask or something. And it was just like, you know, God, this sort of, and you can tell why they were so good, why these stories are so good, because they were so meticulously planned. They had everything out there. You knew exactly what you're going to do. You know, the levels of balance between, actual conversation. But you needed your action, you needed your story to flow. You didn't, you know. Nowadays, it's just like, you know, well, the Hulk's going to sit down, he's going to have some food.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he's going to talk about his feelings. Okay, and then
that last time, because writers have no experience. Their experience is sitting in the room, going to insert here studies class, and then going back to mom's house, and they haven't like gone out and done anything.
Yeah.
You know, like fucking fishing or something, like a hike. Yeah. Like basic shit.
And they're trying to write a soap opera for Netflix because that's where they want to be. So they position it as how a Netflix show would go, how a TV show would go. But you got to have the talky bit, you got to have the food bit, because everyone's then you have like one panel, one page of just bang, right, villains down. Now let's get back to the talking and the eating, and it's just like, what, you know.
Oh, you could see that The Mandalorian's the worst. So the way they make streaming shows, it is algorithmic, guys. So they keep in stuff they would normally cut out. Like, okay, so Doctor Who back in the old days, they would have the fourth Doctor, Tom Baker, watching a car pull up, and then he'd walk up to a door because they needed to fill time. They didn't have a lot of money. So they're doing the same shit now. I was watching The Mandalorian. There's so much walking up to doors and sitting down at chairs. Like, this is stuff you would normally cut out. You could tell that's padded. And that takes away from the overall story. It doesn't move at all. It just feels paint by
numbers. Don't have any story
because of what it is.
Problem.
You know,
they got no story to tell.
Like, they don't have enough story.
Part of what I'm interested in seeing the next episode for is to find out what the hell he's going to be doing next. He's done his stupid bath in the.
Maybe go for a haircut.
What does he do now?
He's gonna get a burrito.
We haven't seen him bounty hunt since like.
Mandalorian buys a burger. Goes to Burger King. They've run out of mayo. Doesn't know what to do.
My God.
That sounds like a Marvel comic.
It does, though. That's the sad reality. It does. Yeah. And as we were just discussing from the end of the Batman Jim Aparo breaking to the 663 where he's holding him over his head. As a reader, I didn't need to know the logistics of how he got that. I don't need to know. All I need to know is that this guy has just broken the city's hero.
Right.
And it's done in such a dynamic way that that's the important element.
Yeah.
If it was a Marvel comic now, they'd be like, oh, let's do a jokey pokey. Got to get Batman into the lift. Oh my God, there's an old woman with a dog. Oh, what we're gonna do?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
No.
You know, I mean, it's all about the visual impact.
Yes.
That aspect that I brought up facetiously is irrelevant. You know, how he got there, who cares? You know, but he's there, and there's this great image. You know, because that's what you're trying to sell, this drama and all of that. You know, you're talking about reference. You know, when I was writing the Chenu, it takes place in Buffalo, and there's a cop who's the main character, and I called a friend of mine who's a Buffalo cop because, you know, I was writing dialogue when he's talking to the dispatch, and it wasn't sounding right. It sounded like Adam 12 or something, and you know, he's saying 10-4 when he's signing off, and a lot of communications is done that way, but almost every city has their own unique way of doing it. And in the city of Buffalo, I found out, you know, when you're done talking, you say clear.
Right.
You know, you don't say 10-4. You know, you say clear, or you know, when you're done. And that was really interesting to me is to get that kind of that accuracy, because if some cops read this thing, they would know I was bullshitting.
Sure. Yeah.
Same thing like when I was doing Monster Island, you know, I was writing about this Navy helicopter coming, and I had the dialogue. I had the guy saying the chopper's here. Well, the Navy don't call helicopters choppers. The Army does. The Navy calls them helos. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's really good. You know, it's
and those kind of details,
right?
Those kind of details get across to the reader, even if they didn't know.
Right.
Even if they didn't know you're not being accurate or being accurate. When you get the language accurate, it has a life of its own.
Yep.
Yeah. I love that you consulted experts.
Yeah.
You know, things that people should be doing in television.
It doesn't take that much work, you know. And there's something called the internet, and you could type in that if you were really unsure.
It's easier than ever, and they're worse at it than ever.
But when you talk to a real person, it's great.
And cheaper than ever. Too. I'm sure there's a bunch of fans. If somebody took them out to lunch and just like, how can we fix the MCU? Get some comic book fans, maybe some writers, and maybe a store owner or two, or whatever. They'd tell you. And it'd be a lunch. It'd be a freaking a cheap lunch. Wouldn't even need that much money. Too late for that, because I doubt anybody would talk to anybody in Hollywood right now. But there was a time when that was possible. And there's a time when they did stuff like that too. You see two pros who love comic books, by the way. This is the best part, is these guys love comic books.
I love them.
Yep. Best medium ever. Best medium ever. Totally destroyed by a bunch of fucking hacks.
Yeah, we're not forgive me, but we're not talking to two a writer and an artist, right? You know, from 30 years ago, living off that dream. We're talking about current writers, current artists. You know, you're still doing this. But you're doing it with yourself now, because mainstream. So it's still incredible to see that passion, and it has to be nothing but pure passion, has gone through these decades. And we can discuss literal decades of material that you've been involved with. And you know, where's fucking Mags going to be in 5 years' time? Fucking nowhere now, because all the diversity hires, all the ideologues, they're just going to fade away. Nobody's going to remember who they are in 5 years' time, and the industry in 5 years' time is probably going to be unrecognizable. But do you know what? As you've just said, somebody's going to be picking up a Nightfall trade paperback still, and they're going to be doing that for probably decades to come, and long after you've gone, because it'll be read like the great stories of, you know, O'Neill and Adams. It'll be read like that. It'll be read at defining moments in pop culture history, and certainly defining moments within Batman's history. And then to be able to talk to you today, still going, still producing, still putting out quality Conan book, fuck yeah.
And it looks like you're still enjoying it, you know. You know, it's not just some grind that you're doing. You actually still love this stuff. That's brilliant.
The grind was working at DC, you know, that became a grind. When you had to deal with all the politics and the nonsense, you know, and Marvel and all that kind of stuff. But I would suggest that we do it for the passion and the love of the art form. Of what comics represents, and these ideologues that you mentioned do it for their passion of their ideology,
yes,
and for the possibility of making money because of what happened with Image Comics coming in and bringing this rock star mentality to comic books, which is something that Chuck and I never embraced. We're fans first and foremost. We love the art medium. Shit, I just bought this off of eBay because I love comics, you know.
Nice.
I needed this for my collection.
Yeah,
you know,
fans first. That's the key. I think.
Yeah.
Fans first. And I think another thing, especially really modern, I think it's clout. They just want to use, Marvel working, having that name badge or whatever for clout. They I don't think money matters to some of these weirdos, which
how does it benefit me?
I can't get my head around that, but I don't think it matters.
I think it's a resume enhancer for a lot of them.
Yes.
There's no money,
No, but it's a stepping stone to the money.
Yes.
Right.
They don't really love comics, but they love the idea of comics, and they love the idea of stories and movies and being somebody in Hollywood. They're seeking really more fame and fortune than they are trying to add something to a wonderful and uniquely American art form.
Yes.
Yep. And it's permeating through Hollywood right now with their writers too, or they would have some freaking pride in their work. It's the work that you got to love first. That's what these guys are. This is a dream job for Chuck and Graham. They've been doing it all their lives, and they still recognize that it's a dream job. There's still a lot of gratitude there.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing to be able to do what we love. And I think both of us that have been blacklisted or aged out or both from a business, it's the greatest thing that ever happened because we're no longer under their heel. Publishing paradigm has changed. We can go directly to our fan bases and have a much more direct interaction with them, which is really, really key and makes it special. These friends that I get in the chats and stuff, I know their avatars, and they'll come up to me at conventions and they'll say, "Hi, I'm such and such." And
Yeah.
Oh, what's your real name? And they'll tell me their real name. It's really, really exciting time, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, I have to say that working at DC and Marvel, working on these classic characters, of course, gives you sort of a badge of honor,
right?
Gives you a past. So a lot of that is the reason why people still call me, to work.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely,
because they know my work from that. It's like, can you make that magic happen again for me? And that's where I get a lot of the stuff. A lot of the recommends. I've written
quality endures.
Yeah, and reliability.
Always.
And reliability.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
If I say it's going to get done, Graham's the same way. We're workaholics. If we say it's going to be there on Thursday, it'll probably be there on Wednesday.
Detective Comics, Robin, Catwoman, Azrael, Nightwing. You had so much on the go, and you would just smack it. It's just just knocking out the park.
Mm-hmm.
It was a compulsion. Somebody help me.
When Chuck and I were working on Nightfall, each one of those books were connected, and each one would come out like like Batman came out before Detective, and Detective followed Batman.
Yes.
But Chuck and I were the fastest team of all of the creators, and so there was stuff that was needed for my arc that hadn't been done yet in the Batman or the previous arcs. So I would have to go back and design that character or draw up that room that this thing happened in, or some set piece type of thing, so that I could get to work. And then I would send it backwards to the guys who were going to catch up and do it later. So that way we had our continuity.
Mm-hmm.
That is some great work ethic.
Yeah.
It's rare in comics.
Well, Chuck always had the script on.
Rare. These two guys,
I never waited for a Chuck Dixon script.
Yeah, they stopped sending me the schedules because they were irrelevant.
Done already.
I haven't received the schedule in a couple of months. And Bob Greenberger said, you've already blown past it. It's irrelevant. Yeah. So, but there was a time, it was during Contagion, when it was set up that I had to write Robin, Catwoman,
Azrael,
something else as part of it. And
Shadow, no, you went. You didn't do Shadow, did you? No, you went on Shadow.
It was some other Batman book. And for 2 months, I had to write those 3 issues back to back because they were in the middle
I think it's Azrael. I think
Doug and
Azrael
Alan
is
were
the-
waiting,
Right.
you know, and so I had to write 3 issues in 3 days. So
Contagion, by the way, is a great storyline.
yeah, so I got a motel room. I just sat for 3 days doing 1 issue, wake up next morning, do the next issue, wake up next morning, do the next issue.
Wow.
Because we had young kids at home, and there's no way I could have done it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's when he put. I remember Catwoman getting put in his snowsuit.
Yeah, yeah, wasn't that cool?
Yeah,
that looks so great.
Like that's kind of like whoa, because this is the first time we've kind of seen a costume change for a suit. We don't really see costume changes in those days, apart from if you're doing something massive like bringing in Azrael to become Batman. But the costume would remain, you know.
Yeah, I thank Mike Barron for that. When Barron was doing the Badger, he would change up Badger. You know, he just have a tank top on with his symbol on it, or a T-shirt with a symbol on it. Well, that is so cool. It's a superhero, but he's wearing jeans.
Yeah.
I thought, why can't all the other superheroes have different outfits? So you know, I just started changing up costumes. I had like a jungle camouflage Batman costume in one of them.
Wasn't one of your favorite stories as a kid the 1001 costumes of Batman?
Yeah, the strange costumes of the Batman.
The strange costumes of Batman. That was it.
One of my favorites. I mean, it was. I used a lot of elements from it in the second Robin miniseries. I've done it as a Mermaid Man story, and I've done it as a Bartman story. My favorite Batman story.
Oh, that's great.
We got some soups, and then we're gonna show their books one more time soon, folks.
Support these people. Come on.
Yeah.
Freaking amazing.
We're
loving a great crowd.
You just voked.
M. Mretrid for $50. Guys, kill me with your names and my illiteracy. I watched a video on a review of the screening of the Marvels and felt like if you really want to compete, if you want a complete dumpster fire of a movie, FML thanks, aka Filmsy, female leads in all movies, success. Yes, it's a terrible joke. LOL. I know. That's okay. You paid $50 to embarrass yourself. No, I'm just kidding.
Did you read Vector Visuals? I did. You did. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
I know somebody who's seen the Marvels and says it's a kiddie D+ nightmare.
Wow.
Disney Plus nightmare.
Oh.
It's an absolute nightmare.
I can't wait.
I
can't wait.
You're gonna have to.
Kevin Feige said this will be as important as the Avengers.
But wait, didn't he just say that Ant-Man was the most important movie since Endgame?
No, Civil War. Get your facts straight. Since Civil War.
I'm sure it'll be a milestone.
Oh, it'll be a milestone. For this channel, Az's channel, MauLer's channel.
This is Marvels?
This is the Marvels.
What's that?
It's the 3 female.
What's that?
Oh no.
3 female Marvel characters that they've been pushing at us.
Ms. Marvel, Monica Rambeau, Captain Marvel, all in the same dumpster fire.
I don't even know who this Rambo character is. Where'd they show up from?
Monica Rambeau
that I know about.
Yeah. Well, she was in the comics. Monica Rambeau was the original. She was the black Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel.
That John Romita Jr. did in the Spider-Man annual.
Okay. She was in the Avengers for a while, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember her.
Yeah, when Buscema and Palmer and
Right.
Stern.
Okay, I actually read them.
Yeah, those are good. Those are good Avengers.
Hey, have you seen the poster, Chuck, for the movie?
Yeah, I have.
Oh yeah,
dripping with female
Does
energy,
it
man.
remind you of
Yeah.
something?
I wanted to show off some of my art skills for both of you guys.
And you said you couldn't make it in this business.
That's
I know, right?
I whipped out Microsoft Paint and the 3 lines. I was able to.
You can never unsee it once you've seen it.
Nope, you're absolutely right.
Every time.
That's
if they wanted to do something like this, why didn't they go back to Misty Knight and Colleen Wing? The characters from the 70s.
Good question. Well, they used Misty Knight and Luke Cage.
Did they?
And Colleen Wing and Iron Fist, and both of them were dumb. Both of them were just horribly dumb.
That's a shame.
It is.
I like those characters.
I do too.
Was Misty Knight the night nurse?
No, the night nurse was Rosario Dawson.
Yeah.
And then Misty Knight came in later. She had her mechanical arm. The actress who played her was fine. Like it didn't go anywhere.
Oh, I thought Misty Knight was a character from the Marvel Comics in the
she was. Yeah, she was. She
was in Power Man and Iron Fist a lot.
Power Man and Iron Fist. Yeah.
Okay.
And they should have teamed him up. They shouldn't have gotten this little gay guy from Game of Thrones to play Iron Fist. They should have gotten like somebody who looked like a fucking man. And empowerment, like because Luke.
Do they exist anymore, Gary? Because I don't see them in these movies.
Well, Iron Fist is a cultural appropriation now, so I think they've made him Asian in the comics. I stopped reading the comims, but that
Luke the whole series, point of Iron Fist that he wasn't Asian. That he was.
Yeah, that was the whole point. The Luke Cage series, like the first 6 episodes, are really good. Because Marshala Ali,
Cottonmouth,
Cottonmouth is so fucking good. And then they killed him
fell
off.
To shit.
And then it turned into what was it? Diamond Head, right? So it's like, oh Jesus, it got so stupid towards the end. But yeah, it started out good. It's too bad. I'm sure they can bring him back because they're gonna fuck up Daredevil and bring Daredevil back and do Born Again. They should just call it Born Again.
I thought they're going to call it Bored Again.
Oh, that's it. That's it. I approve. I approve.
And Punisher's going to be in now, so that's going to be fucking ruined.
Oh, it's going to be terrible.
Do you think they'll put him in the new Punisher logo?
Yeah, he'll have like throwing ninja stars and knives. He won't have any guns.
And did I hear right that he flies now, the Punisher?
Oh God,
it's got superpowers. Didn't they give him superpowers?
Did they?
I think they gave him superpowers. Yeah.
They did that way back when. Then he wasn't flying, but he had powers. Back in the 2000s, early 2000s. It's stupid. It's freaking dumb. The Punisher fucking shoots people. He shoots. You know what? I in a way, I kind of like all the Punisher movies. That's like they all have their own little. They're not perfect by any means, but I like them. I like them all because the Punisher just fucking shoots people.
Well, the way that Jerry Conway feels about him now, I would love for Jerry Conway to come and write a Punisher arc. and just watch the numbers just go off the cliff.
As a fellow old, I'll just say fellow old because I'm old, Graham. You know that we got to continue working out. We got to do some eat meat, or we start turning into like estrogen factories. And I think that's what happened to poor Jerry. I don't know.
Yeah.
He gets old and turned into an old lady.
He's probably vegan.
Probably.
He sounds like one. He definitely sounds like one.
I think you have to be to work on Law and Order. I think that's a requirement.
You do.
Yeah, it's a requirement. And one final question: are you vegan?
You sound vegan.
Your resume looks wonderful. I mean, you've written all this stuff. You seem to understand police nomenclature, but are you vegan?
What did you have for lunch?
Was it ever alive?
Get out! Next.
That scene from Stripes, but you just put vegan in instead.
Right?
Are you guys vegan? No, but we're willing to try.
Juggernauts for $25. Juggernauts. Whether or not her firing is a good thing is up in the air. Oh, I completely agree. I think it's good that she's fired. I don't think anything's changing at Disney. Let's not.
Yeah.
We've learned that regime change is not always good.
No.
Tell me, always get worse.
Here at YouTube, we're going through a regime change. And I guess they just gutted, some of those 9,000 employees that Amazon wanted to fire instead of canceling the Rings of Power, which I suggested, came from Twitch. Twitch. Oops. Gutted.
Wow.
Uh-oh. And the Twitch CEO just stepped down. So Twitch is done. I think Twitch is on its way of being done.
Wow.
Because it's
I agree.
It's a vanity project for Amazon. It doesn't really. It probably costs them more money, and they're a mail order service. That's where they make their money. Okay, where was I? Whether or not her firing is a good thing is still up in the air. I agree.
Just
John.
think of the thought.
If the past is any indicator, she'll fail up and get replaced by someone worse. I totally agree.
Yeah. Those are words of iron right there.
Yep. You're going to hear a lot of rumors over the next 24 to 48 hours from a lot of scoopers.
Is Kathleen Kennedy fired?
She'll be next. She'll be next because they fire women in order of privilege. Maybe I don't know.
Well, they fired a lesbian white woman, so it only seems
Hispanic.
Yeah. Well, the next
Latina,
one will be either a
Latina.
black lesbian or a black or a Hispanic transsexual, whatever you call them. That'll be the next.
You would think Kathleen Kennedy
wheelchair with an eye patch,
right?
Yeah.
A Twitter employee.
Damon Lindelof backed out of his Star Wars project today that we never thought would fucking happen. By the way, that guy produced. I mean, I don't know if you guys are probably I don't know if you're biggest fan of the Watchmen comic book, but there was something much worse, and it was called the Watchmen TV series. It was the worst fucking thing I've ever seen. It is race baiting garbage. It took the Tulsa riots and it turned it into a villain origin story. It was disgusting. They brought Ozymandias back to humiliate him and make a new Vietnamese lady Ozymandias. And then by the end, Dr. Manhattan, who fucked off to Mars to become God, decided he fell in love with this middle-aged black woman so much that he was willing to literally hand his balls over to her at the end of symbolized in
after blackfacing. After blackfacing himself.
Blackface, he comes because he was a white man. He turns himself into a black man to date this woman he's so in love with, and then at the end hands his powers in the form of an egg that makes it like I'm handing my balls over to you. But I am not lying. That is how the fucking show went. It was fucking terrible.
He gave a woman an egg.
Yes, at the end. That was.
It sounds like California. It sounds like California, Chuck. I know, but yeah.
Ending. You handed Dr. Manhattan handed the middle-aged black woman an egg, which symbolized his powers. Which
why did he have to turn black to fall in love with the black woman? Isn't that the whole point?
Well, she's racist.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That would be perfect.
But he knew that because he's Dr. Manhattan.
That's the story point they missed.
He can see racism.
I think
she's a massive racist.
She'll never
that's
love
why.
me.
She'd never love me if I was a cracker.
I might have to do a review on that.
A blue cracker at that.
Yeah.
So many
Wow.
people.
And he handed her his blue balls.
She did.
His blue balls.
She literally did. And that's not even the beginning of it. It's a whole humiliation of Ozymandias. So it was like a deconstruction of it was a woke deconstruction of the deconstruction of superheroes. It was like the dumbest fucking shit I have ever seen. I have to do a review on it because it's that dumb.
And this was Damon Lindelof.
This was Damon Lindelof.
Where the hell did he blow in from, man? I mean, when that guy showed up, it was like, this guy's a genius.
Abrams.
Yeah. He's a disciple of that.
Didn't he have his hand in Prometheus too?
Yes. And we were all told how brilliant that movie is. Yeah. Then you watch it and you go, what?
Yeah.
I'll never forgive him for that.
The stupidest people in space, Prometheus.
Yes. I love Charlize Theron. That big thing is falling. It's falling straight, and she's running in a straight line. So, so side view, it's like this.
That's the main thing people remember. Is the
how about going like
donut?
this?
Run to the left or right for a donut. It's just like,
yeah. How about she has the machine cut out the alien thing and staple her back up, and then she's running and jumping all over the place.
Also,
Chuck had a funny line when that movie came out because we talked about it, and he said, "When my wife had a C-section, the heaviest thing she could do was they were told not to vacuum."
Right? Yep.
I made so many jokes with my wife about that. But isn't it funny that the one muscles that you damaged are the ones you use to vacuum?
Yeah. How convenient.
You see, men don't have those muscles, so we can't vacuum out.
Yeah, we can't vacuum.
No.
They can't vacuum out. Can you still make me a sandwich, dear?
Oh yeah.
No, did you ever see a guy vacuum? It's hunt and gather.
So
there's some dust. There's some dust. The woman, she's plowing a field. She's up.
There's a methodical way you do it.
Women are now
and she's moving things out of the way.
Yes, that's true too.
That's why I think that based on the wound damage that prevents you from vacuuming, that's inherent in a woman, and that's why women invented agriculture.
That's why they did.
Let's plant this shit in rows.
Well,
stop doing what you're doing.
You're organizing.
If you watch modern movies,
That's why it's so complex. Got it.
Well, that and the fact that you had a bunch of nomadic women who just said, "No, I'm not packing this shit up. We're staying here this year."
If you watch modern movies nowadays, the pregnant women got tired of going out and hunting all the time. So that's why they changed the rule.
I thought they were warriors, pregnant women.
Yeah, the pregnant women always go out and fight. They're like, look at Marvel Comics. Pregnant women, 6 months fighting all the fucking time. Because you know,
no big deal.
Women want to do. I mean, women want to fight their husband. Okay, they want to fight and kill their husband during pregnancy, but not other people. No, just the husband.
There was a story where the villain just wouldn't even fight the hero because like, you're pregnant and I'm the villain, and I'm not one.
Well, the Joker got pregnant.
Oh no!
And it's beautiful.
I'm sorry, everybody.
No Zaku boy for $50 who sees into the hearts of men and the undergarments of women. Peeping Tom. The Shills, spelled SHILS, it's an acronym, have assembled a hit squad of buxom bombshells, each armed with the secret weapon. Can Tom see through the false femininity of the perfidiously, damn you, Nozaku boy, passing, and it's X-Men and it's EX-Men.
Yeah, the perfect, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. So I take it Ace Ventura has been cancelled then.
Yeah, probably.
Because that whole storyline is about exposing a
I guess we should explain to the guests that we play the crying game because Az likes boobs on men.
No.
Twice in 1 week.
It's a whole thing. It wasn't twice in 1 week.
Yeah.
It was 1 week. Yes,
it was the game.
Yes, it was.
And it was that lady in She-Hulk.
Right. Okay. Right. In the game, right, the character is actually in a female body, a proper female body. Right? Because it's cyberpunk. You're an actual female body. It's a female body. It's not a chick with a dick.
Let's talk about the first one then.
I don't fucking know. She just had great tits.
It was in She-Hulk. There was a pretty decently passing trans character.
Well, I tried to do one of my throwaway like shock joke things. So I said about the character. All I know is that they had great tits.
Yeah,
and it turns out that it is a
you say they. You might have even covered yourself, but like Az didn't know it was a guy, and then and honestly I didn't either, but at least I didn't say they had great tits. Then Chrissy Mayer goes, "Oh, that's a trans character." You see Az just like shrinking, like literally into his shirt during the review. He's like,
it looks, you know.
And he's making the poor guy's.
I'm never going to California ever. So.
Yeah, you don't know what you're gonna get. I mean,
and don't go to Thailand.
Honestly,
definitely not going to Thailand.
You were missing nothing by not going to California anymore.
Yeah, I know.
You come visit me here in Texas, whatever. Fuck California.
A lot of Texans.
A lot of Texans in Texas, yes.
MauLer has to go.
MauLer has to go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I try to stay for as long as I can, okay?
Fuck
but
you, quitter.
Hey, well, it's been a wonderful pleasure to listen to these legends
Right?
as per usual. I always feel bad because I'm like, maybe I should say more or actually say less because I just want to listen.
I want to let them talk.
Yeah, seriously, thank you guys for coming on, and it's been a really great time. So I shall see you all, well, some of you next week, I suppose.
Clarkson's Farm.
Yes, we need to do more.
I'm gonna start watching it without your motherfucking ass.
What do you mean? I waited for you.
Tonight. We can watch it tonight.
Let's do it.
Let's watch
I
it.
dare you.
Clarkson's Farm. Clarkson's Farm is one of the best shows like ever. It's so good.
Never heard of it.
I gotta start watching that.
It's Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear. It's on Prime Video, and he decided to start a farm. And it's funny, but it also gives you the insight of the bureaucracy of the UK's and the EU and pretty cool.
So it's like a documentary show.
Yeah, it's like a Top Gear except Jeremy Clarkson farming and being an idiot. Like he's really good at being an idiot.
Yeah, he never holds back, which is beautiful.
No.
Yeah, you could. He's proven it. Like you could literally watch him do his taxes, which I think comes up in the show at one point, and it's just fun.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
boy, what's more fun than that?
Exactly.
He's good at being an idiot, and I call him an inspiration. He is definitely an inspiration.
Hell yeah! Alrighty, folks. Toodle pip.
Love you, man.
Have you guys seen Murderville?
No. Murderville.
Oh my god, you guys have got to watch this. It's on Netflix. It's Will Arnett is a cop. And he's got some people to help him, but the basic premise of this show is they have celebrity guests come on with no script. They just show up on the set, and Will plays his character as this cop, and he leads them through this murder that's happened, and then they've come on as like new cops or something like that, and they have to respond to all this improv stuff.
Oh, it's improv.
All right. It's freaking hysterical to watch the hoops that Will Arnett will throw them through, because he has a script, so he knows what he's doing, and they have to react to it. It's really genius. It is so funny.
That's pretty cool. Murderville. I looked it up.
Yeah.
Came out last year. Right on. Prydain Chronicles for 20 British pounds. That's proper money. Regarding that Doctor Who Doom short thing, the woman playing her is Suze Kempner, a very left-wing comedian. I could have guessed. Russell T Davies is going to subsume Doctor Who into consume Doctor Who into a one side of the culture war. A shame. Yeah, it really does seem that way. And it seemed that way from the beginning when I was watching his interview with Shooty Gatwa live on Nerdrotic Live, and I started out hopeful, and then I heard a couple of other things, and by the end of it, I'm like, this is dead. This is fucking dead.
I wouldn't have guessed he was a comedian.
I wouldn't have guessed it either, because don't you have to laugh
when
somebody says they're
timing, things like that?
That would drive you guys nuts. I mean, more than ever nowadays, there's people who just self-label. I'm a writer. I'm an artist. I'm a comedian. Are you paying your rent? Are you paying all your bills with that? Because I don't know. And even so, are you funny? Like Asha K. Ali, who was the writer of Miss Marvel, and she wrote one of the episodes of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. We kept on hearing she's a comedian. So for research, because I do research on my videos too, I wanted to find some stand-up. I mean, like, she's a comedian. There's got to be some stand-up. Nothing.
Wow.
She's a political comic.
Feminist comic, which means she doesn't exist.
Not funny.
Yeah.
Exactly. That means not funny.
Not funny.
That's code.
Jokes about how much men suck.
Right.
Men suck.
Men suck. And then if you don't like my politics, you're like, shit.
I'm a feminist.
Oh Christ, got an hour of this.
Yeah, dude, I sat through 20 minutes of her podcast. I still had PTSD.
By the way, she dumped a first script on Ms. Marvel and fucked off to Netflix.
Oh yeah, that is verifiable. She was hired to write Ms. Marvel, wrote one script as said, passed it off to the directors, first draft, and fucked off the Netflix, got an exclusive and never went back. The Disney tried to contact her. She wouldn't return the phone calls. The director would not return the phone calls. So the directors were all stuck rewriting the script, which they were not paid to do. That's a Marvel production. That's Kevin Feige production, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Feige.
First time every time, baby. First time every time.
The Grizzly for $20. Well, it's $40 actually. Two super chats. Grizzly, love you, man. Marvel's wine mom jokes are the reason I die a little each time I go see a movie. Could we be a little funnier than Jimmy Kimmel or John Oliver? I'd fuck them both. Those guys.
Neither of them are funny.
Neither of those guys are funny.
No.
Okay. I'll write your competition then. All hail the Iron Age brothers. We got the Grizzly. Continuing, it says, if Warner Brothers were smart, which they're not, they would have fought the MCU with only their cinematic universe that worked. The Monsterverse, Godzilla movies, which were good. Last one was good. The one versus King Kong. Every other cinematic multiverse failed, all of them, including DC. Yeah, James Bond didn't fail because they recast the character. There wasn't like a lot of crossover continuity, maybe one mention of a previous, like having a wife that died once. That was it. It was just each adventure you go on.
Right.
You know what John Campea said yesterday?
I'm shit without Robert Meyer Burnett. Was that it?
After that.
I know nothing unless I got Robert Meyer Burnett to tell me, because he's the guy who's actually got all the knowledge.
He goes, I got it figured out. DC needs to lean more into multiverses.
Oh, go fuck yourself, John.
More into multiverses.
That just means we have a back door if we do a shitty story about a character.
Redo.
And we can just redo it and say, well, here's the Moon Knight of Earth 645.
Right.
Our good friend Razor Fist made a great
nothing
video.
enhances a character like diluting it to shit.
Yeah, like once in a while, it's fine. Fuck multiverses, though.
And speaking of Moon Knight, I can't watch that show because as soon as I see Moon Knight in a costume, I see a dwarf. He's the guy who plays Moon Knight is a short guy, and he's got he's got this giant head. And so now with that helmet on and he's those tiny little shoulders, he looks about as imposing as Bozo the Clown.
He does, and that is a commonality with actors. A lot of actors have giant. Tom Cruise, giant head. Josh Brolin, giant fucking head. Yeah, that's a weird thing.
Yeah, look at the Golden Age actors. You know, when they didn't move the camera around, that was one of the prerequisites because the head was on the screen all the time. So you could get a guy like Jimmy Cagney, who was like 5'5", maybe at best, but he had the head of a guy that was 6'3".
Yep.
You know, and so he could stand next to Barton McLean, you know, have him on a box or something, and those two heads are the same size, and they look like, you know, it looks right.
Yeah,
take that.
Az and I did order the 1/6 scale Moon Knight action because the only thing the show was terrible. The show, like, such a cool character and like such a cool concept, and Marvel fucked up the concept.
I'm sure the action figure was more in scale than the actual actor.
Yeah.
Well, they've just announced the Kang one is up now.
Did they cancel Gollum? Like Gollum was supposed to be out like 3 months ago.
It's always delayed. Shit's always
freaking that damn.
I like the first episode of Moon Knight. I actually genuinely liked the first episode, and then as soon as the second episode did what it did, I was just like, "Oh no!" And then the third episode, I'm out. I'm done.
Moon Knight needs to be rated R, just like Daredevil was rated R. There's certain like characters that aren't. You don't want Batman being rated R, but I think with that, or at least like really pushing PG-13, like Moon Knight's a crazy character. Like it's a cool character that they wanted to introduce a race swapped the red scarab, like a fucking hero I barely heard of. So they can have the first female Egyptian superhero. And
Batman's the easiest TV show to make, dude.
Batman is the easiest fucking TV show. For one, like a parody-ish Batman from 1966 was one of the biggest shows for 2 years ever. Like a generation watched it. So if you just took a serious take of Batman, have him like detecting, maybe, yeah, it would be the biggest show in the world.
Well, again, they did no faith in the source material.
No,
Yeah.
You're right.
There's also they have ideas of what they think things are, but they don't get it right. For example, Werewolf by Night. Oh, they wanted to make that look like a Universal monster movie, you know, and we'll shoot it in black and white. But they didn't shoot it in black and white. They shot it in color and took the color out.
Yep.
That's not the same. That's not the same. They brought in the cool man thing, but wouldn't refer to him as man thing. They called him Ted, so he became Groot for the MonsterVerse. Jack Russell now is Hispanic. That and then the plot of that entire thing was just a ripoff of what was it, the Conrad book,
Heart of Darkness.
What'd you say?
Heart of Darkness.
Heart of Dark.
Yeah.
No. I wasn't thinking. Is that the one where the guy's on the island? With Joel McRae was in the movie. Where they filmed at the same time as King.
Oh, Most Dangerous Game.
Most Dangerous Game. That's what they ripped off.
Okay. Well, they're always ripping that one off.
Yeah. That was the same plot as Most Dangerous Game.
Yeah, Most Dangerous Game and the Maltese Falcon are the most ripped off plot lines in the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
It wasn't good. Some people liked it. I didn't like it.
I fell asleep.
Yeah.
I'm a monster kid. I mean, I live and breathe for monsters and always have, and love the Universal monster. I mean, Joe Frankenstein is our love letter to that entire genre. And these guys, I couldn't wait to see it. I was, it's going to be in black and white. And then I watch it and I was like, oh my God, you're killing me, dude. Because you don't know the source material. You think you know the source. You think it's like they just scratch the surface. They just take the surface detail, but they don't get to the depth of what makes it good.
We desaturated it. That's enough. That's all they did.
Right.
There wasn't a style. There wasn't a story.
There was no suspense. There was no real terror or horror.
I mean, young Frankenstein was a more true homage to the Universal.
Absolutely.
Because they got it.
They
made fun of it,
and they reused most of the props from the 30s.
Oh yeah, all those Strickfaden machines.
Yep.
They even put the cameras on tracks, which you didn't have to do at that point. But they wanted the camera view to shake a little because it did in the old movies.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, you could tell that was a love letter that Mel Brooks just loved that material.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I can't watch Son of Frankenstein without thinking of it because so much of it was lifted from that. Playing darts. The guy with the one arm.
I don't know if you got the 4K Universal. They fucking look so good. It looks so good. It's so cool.
I don't have a 4K set yet, so
come on, boomer.
I know.
Tommy Tables for $27.99. Those are Canadian pesos. How could they improve on MILF Manor for the inevitable season 2? Chuck, your comics made Tim Drake one of my favorite characters, and I'm glad the new books was canceled to stop the pain. Thank you for all the blood, sweat, and tears.
It was a labor of love. I loved every minute of it. I don't have a job. I feel like it.
The Field for $20. Captain Jack was a fan favorite, absolutely, because he's a Chad, but that's not allowed in modern media. If you want some decent sci-fi, check out Accidentally Adopted on r/HFY. r/HFY. I think the author is secretly based. All right, Accidentally Adopted. People need to be less secretly based.
Yeah, come right on out.
Open. Come out.
Cool. Come out of the closet.
Yeah. You don't have to hide it.
It's the in thing to do.
Come out of the gun safe.
Yeah,
don't be afraid.
If you're a girl and you're like genuinely based, you go from a 7 to a 10 automatically. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Yep.
Because you're making sense now.
Yep.
That's right.
Yes. There you go.
And you're demanding to be taken seriously because you're tough.
Yep.
Yes.
Allison Eduardo Cotu for 22 R's. Is it Brazilian?
Brazilian, yeah.
Yeah. As a South American, I can confirm to you, most people here are pissed about Disney destroying things that made a great part of our childhood. Hard to go to the movies nowadays, taking wife and kids to see bad productions. Yeah, it's tough. So we just sit back and watch old shit. That's what we do.
Bad productions for $20 a pop.
$20
It's
a
too
pop.
expensive.
Not counting parking if you're in one of those dude, when I lived in the hellhole that was San Francisco, we wanted to see a movie. It was $100. Parking and everything was $100. That was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you see some shitty movie and you're like,
you're like,
my God.
Fuck. Yeah.
Not even real butter on the popcorn.
No, I love it. Right? Like some kale fucking extract, hippie shit, whatever the fuck it is. Yep.
It makes you want to go home and watch a movie you already know is good.
Yep.
Yeah.
That happens every day.
Yeah.
Happens every day.
Yep.
Because time is precious.
I don't want to waste it.
I've got an hour or two here. What should I watch? And I get analysis paralysis as I look through. I'm like, no, I don't. I spend 25 minutes trying to figure out. I end up putting on, some James Cagney or John Wayne movie.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's like, why am I wasting time watching this? I could be watching Rear Window or the
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If you're a Star Trek fan and if you haven't seen it, the director's cut of the motion picture is unfucking believable.
Thank you.
I will put that on the list.
It is chef's kiss.
I did that. I did a show on this, and I got so much. What do you mean? Don't you know that Wrath of Khan is the movie to see? I'm like, no. This is not the same movie.
You can watch Wrath of Khan after, but this is a Star Trek movie.
This is Star Trek. Wrath of Khan's not Star Trek. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so great.
I just watched it. God dang, it was good.
Yeah, I agree.
The pacing is slow. It's slower than any of the other films. It's slower than a TV show. But in that pacing, you get these visuals that are so amazing.
Douglas Trumbull was a genius, absolute genius. Best special effects, modern special effects guy, modern relatively.
And the digital stuff they repaired, some of those exterior shots when they're in the V'ger cloud. Holy shit! It's like, dude, so great.
It's my favorite 4K set now. There's that collector's edition. I got that.
Yep.
Mexican Iron Man, who longtime supporter, great guy. We love you, Mexican Iron Man. Hail, brother! I'm a proud owner of 1986 issue, December #1 Nam, a now backer. Nam, the Nam. I've got the entire collection. And thanks Chuck wrote on Nam and Michael Golden, who did this cover, right?
Oh, Two-Fisted Manly Tales. Yeah.
Michael Golden did this cover. I would say, like, when he was in his prime, dude, holy shit, that guy was good. He did Avengers Annual #10, did a lot of fantasy work, did a couple of Doctor Strange books, and did the Nam. He was so good. He's still good. He was a nice guy. I met him.
The Nam is unbelievable. To draw that kind of tech so accurately is just on different angles and the lighting and not having the models and just it's
Larry Hama looking over your shoulder the whole time.
Oh yeah.
I think Larry Hama was afraid of him.
I don't know.
Golden says he was.
Well, Golden, yeah, I'd probably be afraid of him too. I want to get on the wrong side.
Yeah,
Larry was pulling out the visual reference because everything in that is perfect.
Yeah, it is.
So Nam, he says he's now backer number 2,341 on First Kill and 1,277 on Joe Frankenstein. My great thanks to Mr. Dixon and Mr. Nolan for all the great stories since I was young. Mike is a good dude.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. My pleasure.
Noir 777 for $20. Nerdrotic, since you said you love horror comics, you should read pretty much every manga by Jinju Ito. MauLer should have Wendigoon on EFAP one day. He does great analysis videos when he does one. You mean like MauLer? They do great analysis videos when they do one once a freaking year. Bastards get away with that. I mean, it takes them a year to make it, so I'll give them that.
6 hours.
I am currently in my Bond Disney obsession. So once I get through that, I might dip back into some manga. But I'm like, I've got a bunch of, I'm reading Blueberry. So
Mobius is Blueberry?
Yeah.
Oh, those are great.
Oh, good. Dragon Reborn 35 Darren for 20 British pounds. This is for my favorite comic book creators, Sir Dixon, Sir Nolan. You're both the greatest and most truly awesome. Also, Lady X-Ray, Sir Az, Sir Gary, and Sir MauLer. You are truly appreciated and amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Tell my wife that. Okay. I'm just
kidding.
Hey. Cool. Taryn Jeet for $19.99. As did you watch My Hero Academia? I know viewer sent you a Blu-ray. I have one too. My kids have seen it and they like it. If so, what do you think? I would also recommend Attack on Titan.
Love that.
Jeremy likes it from Geeks.
Like the first season, didn't like the second season.
As for Tim Pool, calls it what a TV show made by Jordan Peterson would look like. A TV show made by Jordan Peterson would look like. I don't get that joke. Unless you're talking about.
Was he saying it in a bad way, or because I watched that show?
Yeah.
I mean,
like Jordan Peterson. That guy,
all right. Dresses. I like his eclectic outfits and stuff. It's fine. Solid Gold CEO for $20. Sorry, 20 British pounds. The most confusing thing for me is why the money men are coddling this. Do you think it's fear of Me Too cancellation, or is it just the fact these writers are cheap? Well, yes, they're getting cheaper writers. So this diversity thing's kind of a bullshit thing to bring in cheaper writers, but it's risk averse. The corporations are scared to death of being called. They're scared to death of the activists. They're scared to death of being called racist, homophobic, transphobic. And that's how the activists came in and control everything. They control the fucking CEOs and bosses. And that's what I've heard from people who work in the industry. So yeah, that it's they're scared.
But at some point that reign of terror has to end, because these are businesses. I mean, Disney's fought off a couple of hostile takeovers just in the last few weeks.
Yep.
And you know there's more coming.
A lot.
Because it's not going to get better for them.
That's probably why they brought Iger back, because he could just fight off that one guy who almost got a seat in the board, who's a Perlmutter guy, and Ike Perlmutter's pissed. He had Marvel taken, like, he sold Marvel to Disney, but he was put in charge of Marvel, like he was the boss, and they took it away based on some bullshit. Like, I don't know the guy, but he was obviously a Trump supporter, so they wanted to get rid of him for that. But they also threw out some bullshit, like he said women action figures don't sell. Well, it's fucking true.
Yeah,
it's true.
In the dollar bin, those are the ones sitting there.
Yep. But they also said he tried to squash a Black Panther movie, which is bullshit. He tried to produce one with Wesley Snipes, so that was a lie.
Right.
Hossman Kotaku, Socrates. I almost said Socrates. I almost said.
As you were saying, I was like, oh.
All right, Bill.
Here he goes. Everybody get quiet.
Which is what he preferred to be called. A lot of people
that's right. That's what his pals called him.
Yeah, Socrates.
Socrates.
For 47 for $20. Speaking of Watchmen, for Chuck and Graham, what are your thoughts on the particular work, on that particular work of Alan Moore, and on him as a creator in general? Love your General Grievous comics, Chuck. He's almost as good as HK-47.
Wow.
So what do you guys think of Alan Moore?
Go, Graham.
I don't think of him. He's one of those guys that came in, did a bunch of stuff, got a lot of attention, and then he left. He doesn't do anything. I mean, I'll tell you one thing that I hated was The Killing Joke. I mean, Chuck and I wrote and did Joker Devil's Advocate as our answer to that, because we hated it so much. I feel like a lot of the stuff is pretentious that I've read. And And more in articles and videos I've seen of him, he sort of regrets bringing that kind of nihilistic realism into comics because he loved the silliness of comics as well. And now that's all it is. I mean, it's I did a whole show on Batman and what Frank Miller brought to the table, and we're still carrying those repercussions now of how they handle the character of Batman. And I think that's true in a lot of superheroes, that everybody's trying to put their modern, realistic, nihilistic spin on these characters that should be more fun and entertaining.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. I like that stuff when it came out as a one-off, as a Elseworlds,
and that's what it was supposed to be.
And that was supposed to be. Even Grant Morrison has come out and said something very similar, where he kind of regrets the nihilism that's permeated the industry, that he helped usher in, and others. Like, it's fine for Vertigo. That shit works for Vertigo, but not for Batman. What's your thoughts, Chuck?
Well, I think he's a talented writer, and what he did for comics was, and he admitted this in early interviews. He said it was very simple. Instead of just using comic book tropes, I brought in tropes from other medium, like novels and movies and TV, which up to that point weren't being used in comics. And the other thing he has is extraordinary talent. It's like when you're doing a crossword puzzle and you get a clue, you're patting yourself on the back. Oh, I knew that. And I think a lot of Alan Moore's writing makes his readers feel like that, like they're smarter than they actually are. And Grant Morrison and Warren Ellis try to do that, but I think they fail. Alan Moore is a master at making you feel really intelligent.
Yep. But now he's a wizard.
Yeah.
Now he's a wizard.
Next week he'll be a woman. So who knows?
And Scott Snyder's turned into an Aaron Moore. No, sorry, Grant Morrison was.
Grant Morrison's non-binary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like anybody cared.
No.
Yeah.
And Warren Ellis.
And Scott Snyder's turned into
all that means is I'll take what I can get.
Oh boy, I got a chance with Grant Morrison. Oh boy.
Yeah. And Warren Ellis isn't getting laid as much as he used to.
Yeah.
You can't suck talent out of Warren Ellis, I'm afraid, ladies. You gotta have it yourself.
You gotta have it yourself. It doesn't get passed through the semen. Bimbo. Bass player 2011 iffy for $20. This single worst thing they did in the Watchmen show was having a bunch of I'll just say it, Nazis co-op Rorschach's masks. Oh, that's one of the 50 things that went in, my brother. That's what. Yes. So, okay, I'll finish super chat and I'll tell you something else stupid from the show. I was beyond pissed because it was found out he would kill every single one of them without mercy. Yes. So they made Rorschach. There's a group of people with Rorschach masks, and they're all racist, and they live in a trailer park called Nixonville.
Oh,
of course they do.
Oh,
because Watergate, fucking Watergate. You say
it's
Watergate
only because they couldn't get Trump Town through.
Right?
Yeah. Nixon, who was instrumental in getting the Civil Rights Bill passed.
Yeah,
he's a racist.
And it was a massive CIA op to get him out of office too. Massive CIA op. Some pretty good videos about that. One of my earliest memories is him resigning.
Yeah, Watergate was bullshit.
Yeah. But man, you say Watergate and some boomer from the 60s, I think they jizz in their pants a little bit. They go off and masturbate. That is their favorite thing. They made.
I would compare it to the Meg Ryan scene where she fakes the orgasm and when Harry met Sally. That's their reaction. Watergate.
Watergate and Woodstock. Watergate and Woodstock. They won't stop talking about either.
Yeah, they were at both. They were all at both.
They were all at both, by the way. Legendary Masamoon for 20 Australian dollars. Hey guys, my first super chat. Is that true? I take your word for it because I trust the chat, because I practice good customer service here, and I believe you guys. Customer's always right. Just had a question, never mind. Had a question for the panel. Was wondering if any of you had read the Fables comics, and if so, what do you think of them? Hail to you all and the chat. Thank you. I've read them. I liked them. I really enjoyed the Telltale Wolf Among Us game. Thought that because it's very easy for me because it's just me walking through a story and I don't have to fucking open doors or anything shit like that. It's great. Great. Anybody read the Fables?
No.
Nope.
Didn't read
It's just taking the Fables and modernizing them and stuff, but it was fun.
I remember them in the comp boxes.
Yeah, that was Vertigo, right? It was a Vertigo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those went in the trash.
I liked Vertigo. I liked a lot of Vertigo. I did.
I appreciated what Vertigo was. It was
Yeah.
trying to reach a new audience. I think that was admirable. But it's like, why stop there? I mean, how about comics for truck drivers? Not just first year philosophy majors. You know.
Yeah, right.
First semester. Lord Baratheon. I know, like when I was young, I was like, "Oh, I'm so cool. I'm reading this Vertigo stuff," and then you read it later, and you're like, "Some of it doesn't hold up. Some of it does. Some of it doesn't." Lord Baratheon for $49.99. The title of the John Campea live stream today is "How is Kathleen Kennedy still in charge at Lucasfilm?" Well, a lot of shills kept her employed, and a lot of people going back to watch The Mandalorian kept her employed too. And in his live stream, he says Kennedy has done a terrible job running Lucasfilm. Do you guys agree or disagree? I agree. I agree with John Campea. I agree. You can flip that.
I mean, he's only several years behind us, but good on him.
Good, exactly.
He eventually got there.
Hey, maybe she was a good producer. Don't really know. Maybe she just made a mean cup of coffee. Maybe she just had sex with Frank Marshall, her husband, who was a great producer. Can't deny her credits. She is the worst leader in Hollywood history, without a doubt. You took the layup that is the Star Wars franchise. All you had to do was put Han, Luke, and Leia in a fucking ship together, have them fucking flying around fighting some dark Lord of the Sith. And you would have made billions. You would still be making billions. Nope. She killed the golden goose.
If you had told me only a few years ago they would make 6 Star Wars films that I wouldn't ever see, I would have said, there's no way that could happen.
Right?
No interest.
I think the headline goes, "Woman destroys Star Wars." There you go.
You know what the prequels did is they made the prequels look great.
They did. Yeah. Took all the heat off the prequels.
Yeah, because the prequels, you got to give Lucas credit for this, is that he didn't try to repeat himself.
Right.
He didn't always succeed in what he did. The third of the prequels, just before New Hope, that one was actually pretty damn good. Yeah. The second one wasn't bad either. The first one with Jar Jar Binks, that's a oof. Yeah, that one's rough. But he did not tread on the same path. I mean, he tried something different and to tie it up together, and that becomes really evident when you look at the sequels and you saw that the first one they did there was basically the first Star Wars movie. They just swapped out characters,
they're all about the Death Star 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
It's like,
and now it's bigger.
Yeah.
It's a bigger Death
Star Killer base. Do you get Star Killer? That's what Luke was going to be called. Do you get it? We're Star Warsing now.
In Mandalorian, it's going to be called a Killer Star. See, they put it around. Called a Killer Star.
Was it going to be called Star Kathleen? Star Kathleen.
Star Kathleen.
Star Karen. Star Wars.
It'll be a Death Karen. That's what it'll be.
All I know is somehow Palpatine returned.
Somehow he returned. Somehow Kathleen Kennedy still has a fucking job. I don't fucking know. Hollywood, man.
The Snoke character, they set him up to be the new Palpatine, and then he just goes nowhere. We still don't know anything about that guy, and they kill him off. What the hell?
So
well, it's subverting your expectations there.
Oh, I was thoroughly subverted.
He killed every single thread that Jar Jar tried to set up. And then at the end of the film, you're like, there's nowhere this can go. There's like 3 rebels left. Everyone else is dead. And I love slow car chases in space. They're fun.
I like bombers in space too, like when they're dropping.
Bombers, yeah.
in space.
Oh, that. Yeah, exactly.
Have any of you seen
Wait,
a
what?
Y-wing, you fucking idiots?
Yeah.
Do you know what Y-wings were?
They had bombers in space.
Yeah,
Oh.
in space.
Dropped bombs.
Dropped.
With the gravity.
Bombs.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That yeah. So where's the gravity? It's bad as Discovery sonar in space.
Sonar in space they had in Star Trek in the Kurtzman track.
Where you see they're actually magnetic bombs, right? So when they open the thing, why don't they just go onto the fucking bow of the actual bomber?
Directional magnetism, like what the fuck? All right.
Well, it did in the third film apparently because they didn't know the way up.
You know what's not going to subvert your expectations is
Whoop whoop.
Oh, I know.
what's that? What? Tell me.
I forgot.
Oh,
It's some comic books by these two gentlemen that they will you expect greatness, you will get greatness, you will get
Yeah.
goodness.
You need to refresh that because the needle moved a little.
Yeah, hit the refresh. Yeah.
Refresh, baby.
Yeah.
oh, nice. Heck yes.
Hell yeah.
Iron Age.
Iron Age.
Thank
So-
you very
Wow.
much.
That is called that is a needle mover, folks.
That is.
a needle.
That's a
move, yes.
legit needle mover.
We have 11 days left
Beautiful
on that
people.
one. Maybe 10. Let's just
I
say
bought 2 t-shirts. I'm just gonna say
You did?
yeah, I helped.
Nice.
We got
He's
first
told me.
graphic novel. Whoa!
Boom. Move us there too.
1, 2, 15. And you're helping out. Chuck,
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
you're helping yourself out. Chat, you're helping yourself out by giving yourself some damn good entertainment, which you don't get a lot of these days. You know,
These are guarantees.
Because
Yeah.
we care.
this is a sure thing. Yeah, this is a sure thing, and Chuck and Graham are easy. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, if you buy them chocolates and flowers, they're easy.
They are.
Oh,
It's really a small price to pay.
wine and dine.
Well, make it a ribeye for me. I don't eat candy.
Ribeye and cigar.
Oh my god, I'd freaking blow a hobo for a ribeye right now.
Wow. You and Az. Just,
I'd
throw
fuck a
those-
hobo for a carb. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
37 days.
I
Come on.
can't have ribeye, but I can have I'll eat
Why
some
can't you have ribeye?
because I'd have to go get it. All I have.
Oh,
is
right.
grass-
Okay.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
there's-
No,
Like,
no.
what's
I've just
stopping
started
you?
eating. I'm on my Vegas diet. I just started eating, but I have like I'm eating like bowls of grass-fed ground beef, which isn't bad. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
bad.
And beef
Yeah,
is great. I love beef.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Throw
totally
some cheddar
fine.
cheese in there with it.
Oh,
some onions.
I'm salivating now.
Ooh.
And I'm
I'm hungry.
Damn, now,
Siege
okay.
of the-
Give me ideas now.
Siege of the Black Citadel. I want
I
to
can't
see
wait
a
for
lot of
this.
these. I want to hear reviews of
I
this.
want it all.
I want
Got great reviews so far.
Look at that.
100%.
It's 5
All
out of 5.
stars. Yep.
5
Now
out
then,
of-
if that was a Robin comic, there would be all the fans love it. Fan favorite.
fan
There's
favorite.
5
Look at it.
ratings.
Look at that
It
cover.
doesn't matter.
There's 2
And-
hotties on his legs. That's Conan.
Yes.
That is fucking Conan.
That looks like a game we play
Come!
as to a
Hey?
T.
Hmm?
That's like the game we
That's-
play.
Yeah.
Thick thighs,
Tick
muscles.
ties save lives.
That's it. Don't skip leg day.
Don't skip
No.
leg day.
That's
or
just the ladies.
Any other body part day.
Jane's character didn't
Don't skip Bucks and Wench Day.
Yeah, booty day. She didn't skip booty day because
Oh.
there's
I mean, we could show.
Really-
I think I have
show
a
Jane.
Jane video.
We got before we plug the other book. Yeah, show Jane's character because it's.
Let me see.
I'm a little obsessed with Jane's character.
I know. I had to say exactly this. When I went down, it's like, Jane, I'll come down and pick you up from the beginning of the game. And then chat was saying to me, as she spent 2 hours on character creation. I'm like, yeah, and it looks good. I was like, okay. And then I got to a character that's like, ooh, hello.
Hello.
You go first, I'll run behind.
Yep. This is Jane's character.
There's a crocodile.
Cool.
That is
That is a booty.
That is a booty right there. Jane's character. I'm all about it.
Sorry, we're objectifying you, Jane.
And the funniest part is
Well, you
all
can't.
the girls. It's not even the guys that were objecting us. We're like, oh my god, your boobs need to be bigger. Oh my god, that looks so hot.
Well, every right, we got how many? We got like 5 girls now on the girls, on the server now, and every single one of them in character creation. This is not coming from any guy's advice. Every single one of them went boobs to the max. That's the women.
Yeah, good. See,
everybody loves boobs.
In other words, there's still hope for humanity.
Yes.
Okay.
Still
You can
hope.
see my
Look
little
at-
character.
that's what
How
I'm
little
talking
I'm
about.
Oof.
just running and killing things.
Look at that bear going down. Like that game looks fun, dude.
It is fun.
So
It's
I
really
did.
good
I
fun.
did order it as I had pre-ordered it.
What do you mean pre-ordered it?
At Conan Exiles. It was
Back in
my
the day?
Steam thing. Like, yeah, it's been there forever.
Oh, so you haven't downloaded it yet?
I haven't downloaded it yet, but I still had like my beta or whatever the fuck with it, all of it forever ago. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna play it now. But I'm like, I know I have that game. So why did you just start playing it for the shit? Because it's been out for a while, right? That's what
I've sunk like 800 hours before. Years. I used to play it before we met.
Okay.
I used to play it back at the early access in 2017. So I played. I found about 800 hours in, and then gave it a bit of a break. And then my brother, who's a fucking traitor, he was just like, I used to love watching you play Conan Exiles. It'd be great. But with a PC, it's just like, it'd be great if we can play Conan Exiles together. So I said, okay, we'll play Conan Exiles together. And then he's now just ditching me for X-Ray Girl to play fucking Ark or some shit.
Oh, we said we'll play it next. We still
Whatever.
have to play the current
I'm
one.
playing with Witcher, and then I'm gonna probably move to Conan. That list looks cool, and I like Conan. Conan's my fave. All right, Taryn Jeet for $49.99. Then we have another book to plug. I was using my favorite description of the show for Attack on Titan, which comes from Tim talking about how dark the 3rd season is. Oh, gotcha. I love that description as a show is about the dark consequences of all things Peterson warns of. Oh, okay. I'm just stupid. Sorry, Taryn. You did not have to give another super chat for that. You did not have to re-up the super chat for my kind of sick and like always stupid. So that's me. Kind of sick today, but always stupid. Stuart Rao for $200.
Whoa!
Wow. Holy shit!
Wow! That's a good cigar.
That's a Cuban.
Thank
Right.
you for your candid insight on the
dinging?
industry.
I think it's Gary.
That was
dinging,
me.
Gary.
I had some
Oh.
text messages coming in.
Oh.
Billy Tucci's texting me.
Hey, tell him to draw more hot Asian women and leave us alone.
Oh, I'm up for that. Yeah, I'm up for that. Hot Asian one. Keep going.
Hot Asian women. That's right. He's pretty good at that.
He's
I
very
remember
good at that.
Dude, I remember seeing Tucci, like he always had that same spot at San Diego Comic-Con. Like
Yeah.
right in the front. So you'd always see Tucci slinging his wares and stuff. It was good old days. Good old days. When
Yeah.
you could get in the con.
He's a huckster.
Oh my
yeah.
god, they're
He is.
amazing.
He's always been nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Billy's a great
Billy's
guy.
Yes,
Whoa.
he's awesome.
Yeah.
Greetings. Thank you for your candid insight on the industry. I'm working on a comic myself, and listening to your past streams in the background has made working easier. I'm also thinking about making a YouTube channel to promote my work. It's not a bad idea. Any advice on getting a channel up and running? Az, do you want to say it or should I?
Audio. Get a good mic.
Get a good mic. Don't worry about the camera. It could be 720p. You can get that. Like, I think it's like, is it not? It's probably like $70 now.
The C920.
Yeah, get the C920.
Just get a C920. It's 1080p. It's fine.
And then, but put a couple $100 into a mic and a mic stand, and then just start making content. It's gonna suck at first.
Be interesting.
It's a slow start.
Have
It's a
something
slope.
to say.
You have to
And
get comfortable in front of the camera
Mhm.
and in front of the mic. It's,
Yeah.
that's the learning curve.
Yeah, it's when you forget they're there. That's when
Right.
that's when you're in the zone.
Right.
My
The
audience
audio,
always
yeah,
forget
that's
on that.
important because most people just listen to these things anyway.
Yep.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Good. It's good background noise. Yeah, just imagine your background noise.
And like, well, when this goes to on Spotify, so this will be on Spotify, iTunes, Audible, everything else once it's done, so people will be able to listen to it.
Nice.
I have a question from Mr. That's not Mixelplix, but I'm just going to say it. $4.99. Mixx Pidlix. Yeah. What's Graham's and Chuck's thoughts on Jeff Johns? And have they worked with him ever? I think a collab between Chuck and Jeff would be awesome. Have you ever worked with Jeff Johns?
I don't think I've ever crossed paths with him. I mean, we were at the DC at the same time, but we were in different circles.
I met Jeff Johns when he was a kid. I was at a convention in Detroit, Michigan, where he's from. And he came up to me to talk about getting into comics. I don't know if he had a portfolio, if he was thinking of art at the time. And I didn't remember this. He was just another kid that, came up to me. And then years later, when he was, an executive at DC, I reached out to him and said, hey, and he said, hey, you probably don't remember this, but, and then he told me the story. He says, you were really nice. I'm like, oh, well, that's good.
Now that you're an executive, that's great.
Yeah. How about tossing a little work my way, Pally?
Yeah.
I remember when DC first hired him, and I said, well, what's his background? They said, he's a production assistant to Richard Donner. And I'm like,
oh, yeah.
You do know what a production assistant does, right? And they didn't. It's like, but good for him, man. He used it to get into comics.
Yeah.
So.
And as a writer, I think he's very talented. I enjoyed the Flash Rebirth. I enjoyed the Green Lantern one when he brought back, it brought back two characters, which I think were great to bring back, that needed to be brought back. And he did a great job doing it.
We're birthday brothers, he and I.
Yeah. Oh, I thought his JSA run was good, really good. I think he's a damn good comic writer. Not so sure about the Hollywood stuff. No, he sucks at Hollywood, but he's good at comic book writing. That's, I think, what he's meant.
Well, he is a comic book writer at heart, I think.
Yeah, very much.
You can tell he loves the medium and he loves the characters because he treats them well.
I think it's just too much red tape and executive interference to actually do what you want to do when it comes to Hollywood, I'm afraid, especially when it comes to superheroes. But the amount of interference that we hear is constant.
Oh, it's soul crushing on every level. No matter what you do out there, there's some idiot with a better idea, and he's the one with the money. So
yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's one of the things that makes comics interesting is that it can be done by one single person. And you could, so one person's imagination could take the story from 0 to 60. And there's no other medium, no other storytelling medium, I think, where you can do that.
Well, it's like the great screenwriter, Larry Cohen. Somebody asked him, do you pitch? You write outlines? He goes, no, I write full screenplays. Because if you go in and pitch, one sentence out of your mouth and they're already screwing with it.
Yeah.
What if it was this? What if it was that? You have to deliver a complete product.
Yeah.
Before they start messing with it. And then they will mess with it.
Well, so many people are micromanagers because they have to justify their jobs, and they have to have their 2 cents put in there. I mean, the beauty of independence and working in independent comics is I don't have to listen to anybody.
No.
There's a lot of not my ideaism too. Well, that wasn't my idea.
Yeah.
I love the David Mamet quote where he handed in a script to a producer and the producer said, this isn't what I envisioned. And he says, you didn't envision anything. That's my job.
Yeah. That's hysterical.
Dark Jedi for $4.99 says, Graham, Chuck and Graham, love your guys' work. Big fan. How was it to work with George Perez?
Well, everybody wants to know how it was to work with people.
I know, right?
How was it to work with people that we like better than you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you ask them how it was to work with us?
What did George say about working with you?
I've never worked with George. So.
I I worked with George once, but he didn't know it because I was ghostwriting on a script that he worked.
Oh, okay.
Didn't you work with him at CrossGen though?
He was at CrossGen, and I ghost wrote a script.
Okay.
That he didn't know I worked on.
Gotcha.
He would breathe. He was the only CrossGen guy who didn't have to work at CrossGen. He stayed at home, worked freelance for us.
I like CrossGen. I thought that was good.
It was fun, but he didn't have to stay there.
R.I.P. George as well.
Yeah, R.I.P. George. MG for $1.99. Chuck, you wrote the best Oracle and Robin. Thanks.
Oh,
fucking man to that.
Thank you.
Remember how DC you had a great character with Oracle because of what happened in the Killing Joke, and then you created Birds of Prey, not Gail fucking Simone.
Yeah.
You created Birds of Prey. You put Black Canary and gave her some real agency. You've got Oracle, gave her some real agency, and then they just went, "Oh, let's put a magic chip in her back."
Yeah.
And fuck it all up. One of the best characters, full stop.
Yeah.
That just so happened to have been crippled because of the Joker. Now they able-bodied her, and now she's a constant cancelled comic.
Yeah, I don't know. Hats off to Jordan Gorfinkel because he really created Birds of Prey. He's the one that said these two characters would work well together, and he was right.
He's absolutely they did.
Ability of Chuck Dick. That's awesome. I love that.
Gorfinkel is
credit where credit is due.
Credit is where credit exactly. Do not take credit for other people's work. That is cringe. Christaki S for $10 Australian. Hey, you're about to get asked about somebody else again.
What was it like working with?
What was it like doing a panel with me? No. Thanks to this killer panel. Unsure if you've asked already tonight, but what do Chuck and Graham think of ISOM? The comic, the idea behind it, the legend that made it possible. Ripa, you put that super chat in, or no, that's Lady Ripa. I'm just kidding.
We're actually going to be on Ripa's show tomorrow.
Eric July. What do you guys? Eric July is a good guy.
Ooh.
Oh
yeah. Eric July is the real deal.
Yeah. He's a hard worker. He's making his dreams come true. A true independent. I think what he's doing is fantastic, and follow that lead, everybody.
Right? Like there was energy behind a comic book. Like that's what we need to. I mean, it's always there. People still love comics. They'll always love comics. They just want good ones. And they're going to be a little more difficult to find because they're not being offered through Diamond at your comic shop now. But they're going to be easier to get. You could just, follow some of your favorite creators.
I won't go any further than this, but Eric and I are talking.
Oh, that is good. That is good. That excites me.
Woo!
That excites me. I'm glad you.
Now the cameras are all off, Chuck, and we've stopped the stream. You can tell us now.
Eric wants to talk about that himself.
Good.
That's cool.
Love you, Eric. Dad's Den of Pop Culture for $10. The best advertisement for these comics is the passion and joy shown by the creators, whether Graham and Chuck or the many other indie creators working today. Love it. Could not agree more. All right. And thank you. We're at 4 hours. So we're going to get out of here. Wow. I was only going to do 3. I said, let's do 3. And then we did 4. Thanks for sticking with it. I know. But
no problem. Trust me, no problem.
This was so much fun.
It was.
So fun.
I could go on and on. I mean, these guys got a life. I haven't. I could go on and on.
I actually have a life too, but thanks for not.
You're not included in this, Gary. No. I am simping. Thank you.
I am going to simp too. It was great spending this long with a couple legends who can talk about anything too. They're great. You guys are great on live streams, by the way. Really, you're freaking pros. You're pros. So please tell the fine folks. We'll go around the horn. Chuck, where can people find you? What you got? What do you have coming up?
As usual, I got a bunch of stuff coming up I can't talk about. And Facebook, Twitter, chuckdixon.net. And as always, you can put my name in on Amazon. Find something at popular prices.
There you go. He's done a lot of stuff. You're
Yeah.
gonna see a lot of stuff.
I'm gonna take an afternoon to go through my Amazon list.
Yes, yeah. Hell yeah. Chuck, you're welcome back anytime. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on this long. And Graham.
Well, since I work for Compass Comics and I own Compass Comics, I can talk about everything.
Yay! What are you drawing for July?
So I'm working on Joe Frankenstein. That campaign is as we're closing in 11 days, and I'm working on building the second campaign for part 2, which will go up shortly thereafter, because I want to then there'll be fulfillment for both those books. But at the same time, I'm working on Ghosts of Matacumba Key, and then I'll be getting ready to launch Return to Monster Island under the Compass Comics banner. And then eventually the third part of the trilogy, Escape from Monster Island, will be the next new project once the Ghosts of Matacumba Key are done. They can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and I have a YouTube channel also. If you just type in Graham Nolan, it'll come up.
And we're also involved with Spin Rack.
Yes,
which we should mention.
Yeah, we should mention that, because Spin Rack is a entertainment company that Chuck and I are part of that's going to be utilizing our IPs. It's going to be we're releasing a match 3 game next Wednesday, I believe, is our launch day. So the website, the match 3, is going to go up, and then eventually we're going to be getting into the Web3 and the metaverse with the Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan properties.
And we didn't license them. We're founders in the company.
Oh, nice.
Right.
So it's creator driven.
Right. And there's going to be people kind of cringe at the word NFTs, but these are utility driven NFTs that are going to be part of this, that actually earn you real world things. So we're trying to kind of modernize the way comics are done and involve people in the comics more. So the fan base will actually have a hand in some of the direction of the comics. So it's pretty exciting stuff, and we're really looking forward to the announcement and the press releases and stuff. So you heard it here first, folks, on The Real BBC.
That's awesome.
Breaking news.
Hey, we'll stay on top of that so we can keep pumping it like through next week.
Get on top of it and then pump it. Lovely.
Yeah,
Great analogy there, Graham.
Okay.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. I know you're English. But
That's
that's
one
how
way.
it's done.
That's one way. Certainly is.
What the hell is even that?
That's right.
Oh god.
I'm gonna pump it hard too.
Wow.
Things I don't want to hear Gary say.
Is this sexual harassment in the place?
No.
Well, I mean, this is very light compared to stuff that's happened on this channel. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, you're a real gamer.
We
X-Ray girl. You hang in there.
We are going to get both of you guys on the madness that is Friday Night Tights.
Yes,
soon, if
that's
you
a
wanna
fun
go.
show.
Yeah.
All the shows with you guys are fun. I really love coming on here and talking with you guys, because, as you said, you guys are easy to talk to. You're fun. You're engaging, and you have a great audience too.
Turn into that Stephen Maudlin show. These guys. Let's hear it for these guys.
Yeah.
And
This guy,
PayPal.
that
There you
guy,
go. The PayPal's
this
now
girl.
sent. Yeah.
What do you got coming up, X-Ray girl?
I'm going to be playing Conan. Surprise there. I think Az is probably going to play, hopefully.
Remember?
We'll see. I got another Frost Giant, by the way. Did you see it?
Yes.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Anyways.
Did you see what Trans Scott's new name is?
Yes.
Piss off X-Ray girl.
What?
Don't fuck with my followers.
I changed one of his guys' name on a super chat. Yeah. Anywho, thank you guys for coming on. It's actually really cool to see you guys transform your work to like more modern day and have that interactivity that a lot of people seek. I think that's pretty cool.
I think that's a game changer in how comics are done today, is that connection with the creators.
Yes.
Before there was such a wall, a barrier threefold. You had your distributor, you had your publisher, and you had your retailers. And now you can go directly if there's a problem or you have a compliment or criticism or something. Man, the email's right there in the campaigns or on the websites. You can boom, hit right to them.
And it's
don't worry.
Yeah, and we answer every one of them.
Don't worry about criticism. The internet is not known for that.
Never.
I learned
ever.
long ago to disregard criticism.
Turn your heart to stone.
That's it. I know what I'm doing. What the fuck does that guy know?
What the fuck do you know?
Yeah.
It's still.
Where's your comments? Let me read your comments. Oh, you haven't fucking done any. All right. Shut the fuck up. Now,
Will I come down and slap the burger out of your hand? No.
Yeah. That's right. You couldn't even give me hot fries.
This is not what I expected when I phoned in my order.
Fries sound so good right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Fuck a Trump's mouth. Fries right now. The burger.
Az, what you got coming up?
Maybe the Conan Exiles afterwards, but I just want to use my time to say, please, chat. Links are in the description down below. Support these guys because, as you've seen from today, they are the real deal. They're legit. I never thought. I know I've said this before, but I never thought when I streamed with Graham on his own, I never thought I'd ever have the chance to do that to somebody who was literally like my dream team, part of a dream team from my time starting comics in the early 90s. And then to have Chuck on as well was insane. To have them both. Threesomes are always the best, kids. That's all I'm saying. So thank you so much. And yeah, please click the links of the Indiegogo, support them. Graham's books have been fantastic so far. They really have. Thoroughly enjoyed them. So they are producing great, not just great content, but you're doing it out on time as well, which is also a major factor because it builds up trust with your audience, and they come back for more. So please click those Indiegogo links, and I've seen it done today, and you guys have been insane and fantastic, and thank you so much for supporting people who actually do want to create good entertainment for you.
Here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
I will say the same. Please support
Top
these.
cat.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do? Fuck these guys. Now back to me. No. I will echo Az's sentiments. This has been an honor and a pleasure, and we love the feedback we got for you, our beautiful chat. Please support these fine gentlemen and their endeavors. Search out Chuck Dixon on Amazon often, not Pornhub, Amazon, and support Compass Comics. These guys are legends. We'll have them back sooner than later. So until next time, thank you to the Nerdrotics. You did a fine job putting out those links today. We really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and a donation. I was supposed to do a square up yesterday, but I'm sick, so I'm going to do it tomorrow after I talk to Chris Gore on the Nooner. So I'll do it tomorrow. I'll be on Nerdrotic Live though, so we'll do it like tomorrow evening. This weekend, gonna play some Conan. Gonna play.
Yes.
Well, to hear you guys talk about it, I don't even own a game system, but I want to get to play Conan.
You have a computer?
On the PC, so there you go. You already have.
Yeah.
Oh, you can play it on the computer?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Hey, if you want, you can join our server.
There you go. Yeah, if I get in there, like we'll be equals. Like you have never played, and I've played a couple of games, but I'm still terrible. I am freaking terrible. So it'd be fun.
Cool.
All right. So thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. Thanks to everyone who watched and supports and shares all this stuff. We really appreciate you. Thanks for supporting the Real BBC. We almost had 10,000 people watching today. That was pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah. Amazing.
And next week we'll be back on Az's channel.
Yes, sir.
Ciao, everyone.
Well, bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.